Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 MiHSEF Spring State Finals. My name is JJ, and I am going to be joined here by my lovely co-caster, Tokyo, and my lovely production person, Andreas, also known as Skydagger. But we are super excited to get on into it. I'm going to have Tokyo kick us off with the bans here.
So to start off, Montrose is banning Ana and Ball. It seems like they want to play a poke comp as they're banning Dive, and that way it'll make it easier for their supports to be able to live in the backline. And then the other team has banned Vendetta, and I am not too sure what the other ban is, but the ban on Vendetta, they want to be able to play in the front line and not be front to back.
All right, we are having tech difficulties. We are running on like 5 FPS, so... all right, we are playing a little framey, but it's okay. It looks like we do have the teams selecting their comps here. We are going to see the Lucio Kyrie come out from both teams here, as well as Montrose is going to be opting to go for that Cass, Orisa, then Tracer comp. The other team here going to be looking to run an Emre Soldier 76 with that double hit skin there, as well as a Ramatra, where Sticky gonna be falling pretty early there. Ashen Boy gonna be able to follow up onto 2 for their team though.
It is very laggy.
Is there any way to turn off my echo so I don't hear myself? You know what? Trying times. This is production right here.
Barricades moving out.
Yeah. That's okay though.
It could be since you just opened Overwatch as well. You might need to change your reduce buffering, turn it off and on again. Yeah, it should be reduce buffering in your video settings. Oh wait, turn that on. Yeah, keep that on, and then turn off VSync. It should improve FPS. Yeah. Yeah, that is looking way better. I cannot hear the audio on the stream though.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
They're pushing the barricade.
Yay!
Let the Kitsune.
All right, we are going to see this Kitsune Rush come out here from Grand Haven. Going to be giving them a lot of space. Actually, I'm going to be using that beat to help the team sustain here. Going to have that Ramatra ulti on line as well for Grand Haven. Going to be looking to use quite a few of their ults this team. Ashen Boy going to be taken down, just going right down with them though. It is going to be an even fight. Going to be better outcomes though for Grand Haven here, as they are up that tank there. They are going to be able to escort this bot. Grand Haven's tank almost getting pushed out though. Ness going to be getting a kill. Silence CVR following up onto the tank there. True going to be attempting to take this bot and escort it back in their favor here. Grand Haven still going to have quite a few ults online for this next fight here. Looking to swap to this Roadhog. Going to be looking for quite a few hook picks here. Ashen Boy once again with that pick on to Ness. It is a still fight for both teams, just back and forth constantly.
Grand Haven with the 3 ult advantage is going to have a way better time going into this fight, and they will be able to start the fight with their ults, probably looking to use Emery ult and Lucio B here, and maybe Ram ult to sustain in the middle of the fight.
5 minutes remain on the clock to be able to push this payload. We're Sticky, though, going to be popping that Emery ult. True going to be getting a pick onto Madman Gage here. Lots of space being made with this Emery ult. Going to be finding not too much value there. That Lucio almost going to be falling. Roadhog, though, barely manages to get out. Does end up falling alongside the rest of Montrose here. A full team wipe for Grand Haven here. They are very close to finish escorting this bot to the final destination.
Both teams are currently even in ult, but with the spawn advantage from Montrose High School, they will be able to retake this fight.
True, they pick with that visor. Ashen Boy falling right up onto Silence DVR. Viscant gonna be trading it right back onto Crazy Monkey. They do have this spawn advantage here, so they are going to be getting back quicker. Viscant going to be popping that whole hog to look to make some space for the team. Grand Haven really just looking to try to anchor this point and get what space they can. They do have quite a plentiful amount of time to keep escorting this robot. It does look like they are going to be giving up some space here, and Kite and looks to try and rebuild those ults. They are very close to that Kitsune Rush. Going to be able to make lots of space with that and have a very effective fight with that. But Viscant getting a very good pick on it to the tank here. Going to be huge for Montrose. Going to be following up with a second kill onto True there. Going to be making lots of space for the team, but they do have quite some distance to be catching up with Grand Haven. Axion gonna have this beat on the line to use when that Kitsune is popped by Crazy Monkey there. Gonna be looking to use it soon. Ashen Boy, though, also gonna have that beat to help them kite whatever might come their way. Crazy Monkey getting picked out early in the fight. Going to be huge for Montrose. We do have that beat come out. Not going to be finding much value. A bit of a weird pop there. Where Sticky going to be getting the kill onto Axion there. But Viscant going to be able to trade that right back. We do have the Kitsune Rush come out here from Silence CVR, as well as the whole hog from Viscant. Going to be making lots of space with that once again. Kind of an expensive fight for the team. Going to be needing to look to save some resources here.
Yeah, that was a very expensive ult fight from Montrose to just stall pretty much the entire time, and with Phil McCloy having the entire push advantage, they will be able to win this fight with a ult advantage now.
We are going to be seeing a Madman Gage swap onto this Reaper here and get 2 picks for the team. Grand Haven's Ramatra almost falling there, but unfortunately for Montrose, they are going to be dismantled 1 by 1 as Grand Haven retakes the spot once again. 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock remain for Montrose to have a fighting chance for this map. Grand Haven gonna have nearly full ults, full ults online actually for this upcoming fight. Gonna be looking to be a pretty easy one for them as Montrose has to abide by what they do with those ultis. Not gonna be seeing the Ramatra ulti come out yet for Grand Haven, but we may possibly see some other ones come out. The team looking to kite back and give some space to Montrose as they have plenty to give up.
Yeah, Grand Haven currently has every ult, so they just are wanting to look for only taking advantageous fights as they are also up in card progress, and that'll help them win the game easier.
Viscant really trying to look for a pick here for the team. Does end up missing that hook. Madman Gage with that Reaper ulti, as well as Montrose's tank being very close to that whole hog. Once again, we do see it come out to help make some space for this robot here. The Reaper ulti going to be coming out, catching it out, wearing Sticky. Ashen Boy going to be trading it right back. We do have that beat come out, as well as the hook once again. The Ramatra ult comes out to follow it up and help secure that space for Grand Haven here.
Yeah, that was a very good play with Grand Haven looking to react to the other team's ult first, and then using what ults they need to win that fight easily.
30 seconds remaining.
We are going to be pretty even on this ult economy here, but there is only 60 seconds remaining for Montrose to keep escorting this robot. They do have to keep going about 60 more meters to be able to secure this point for themselves. Grand Haven
Yeah, Grand
really
Haven.
just looking to try and play passive here and get what value they can and what picks they need. Montrose going to be utilizing that Kitsune Rush last fight. Going to be getting them lots of push progress in the picks that they need. Picking out that Lucio super early. It's looking quite good for the team. That beat does come out, but unfortunately it does get Ajax there and canceled by another ult. Going to see that 76 Pfizer with the Kitsune come out. Going to be getting a lot of damage off there. Montrose is being dismantled one by one here. And they only have this Kyrie left on point, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough for the team, bringing the score 1-0 in favor of Grand Haven. What view am I looking at? And we are going to see a Madman Gage here with that play on Tracer. I believe it was a 2K. Oh, that soldier unfortunately just running right into their team. That does hurt to see a little bit, but we are going to see the 4K, actually 5K, with a whole team wipe with that pulse bomb. You know what?
Yeah, I think Grand Haven played that really well. They were playing passive, letting the other team walk into them, and taking the fights that they only needed to win.
Not sure how long it's going to be for the next one. They're just rolling? Are they just like going in after? Okay. You know, Montrose didn't really have a comp going. It happens. You play into your strengths and you do what you can with that. The Roadhog was pretty powerful into Grand Haven. Unfortunately for Montrose, Montrose just had a lot more expensive fights than Grand Haven did. Grand Haven played their ults a lot better and were able to have more successful fights with how they utilized them.
Yeah, I think the Roadhog 2 is more of just a comfort pick for Montrose, as the Roadhog does not really fit too well in the meta right now, but it is still working because it is one of their most played tanks.
Yeah, you know, Roadhog was super hard meta, and then he just got, like, ran over
Yeah, with the most
by a
recent
train.
patch change, with the 2-second increase to the hook timer and not being able to shoot as much, it has been way harder to play Hog.
Let's hear honest thoughts on Sierra.
On Sierra, I think Sierra is really good in comp. I do not think she is good in team play. She's really good at getting final blows and singular picks, but she's able to get punished really easily.
Right, it does look like the teams are putting in their bans right now. Gonna be seeing Grand Haven, I believe, with the Cass and Roadhog ban, which does make sense. We did see Montrose play both of those, that Cass coming out earlier in the game. I'm not sure for Montrose yet what they are banning. This is a best of 5, by the way, so first 2-3.
Yeah, it does seem like the Hog and Cass ban are more of a target ban rather than trying to play a specific comp into Montrose. They want to get rid of their better characters.
I'm not sure if we're going to Ilios. We are going to Ilios for the next map here. We are going to see a Ramatra band as well as Soldier band come out here from Montrose onto Grand Haven. Target band from both sides. We've seen all of those played in the last match. Ilios is staple map. I'm not sure why we didn't start out on Ilios, but All right, it looks like we are going to be going in here for map number 2, Ilios for capture. Our game doesn't explode. All right, now we are going in. All right, it looks like we are going to be going to Ruins. What's your opinions on this map, Tokyo?
I think Ruins is a really good map for dive, and so is all of Ilios. So I would like to see some dive from both of the teams here. Try to look for trading out the backlines, looking to punish players, and more stuff like that. I think ground tanks can also be played on Ruins, even more than the other 2 maps on Ilios. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see a hazard from Montrose, and they are going to be looking to play a harder dive with the Hazard Lucio Tracer.
Yeah, I really like this composition I'm seeing from Montrose here. Besides the Bastion's a little scary. They're going to be left behind while trying to dive onto Grand Haven here. But from Grand Haven, going to be seeing a similar lineup besides the Pharah. Pharah very strong in the meta right now. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, Fair's really strong into the current Vendetta meta. It is very hard to play into a Pharah as Vendetta, getting poked out the entire game.
Gonna be seeing the Orisa also come out here from Grand Haven. We are gonna be getting right on into this fight here. Viskin really looking to try and make some space for Montrose here. It is going to be very difficult to deal with that Pharah, but going to be right up on in their personal space. Grand Haven already getting a pick on to the back line. Like I said, that Bastion going to be left kind of far behind with how we are playing this comp. Viskin really trying to look for those picks in the back line, but there isn't really much of a back line there to follow up quite yet. Kind of just left by themselves. Montrose kind of just being torn apart here is very low. Axion, though, going to be getting a pick onto Ashen Boy. It is going to be even in the fight, but Nessa is going to be back faster here due to that quicker respawn. And then Gage really just looking to try and get some poke damage off here. That Emre falling a little low, just looking to try and contest this point as Grand Haven does already have possession of it here.
Yeah, it looks like Grand Haven is just trying to play slow poke, stall the game out with their Orisa abilities. Let the other team play first and then punish their positioning.
Ness with 2 kills onto Grand Haven, and Madman Gage able to follow that up. We are going to be seeing Montrose here take possession of it this point, as Grand Haven does already have 40% on this capture objective. Gonna be seeing the ults finally start to come online for both teams here. Gonna be also seeing Grand Haven swap off of the Orisa onto the Domina, which I feel is kind of a bit of an interesting pick for the composition they're running, as well as the map that they are on. We are going to see this Hazard ulti come out here. Going to be picking out quite a few and sticking a few to the ground there. Ness going to be getting a kill. Madman Gage able to follow up onto 2. This Pharah just getting zoned out as well. True, though, not going down without taking a pick with them.
Grand Haven will be starting this fight with the same amount of ults as Montrose still, because of the swap onto the Domina, and it has put them at a good ult disadvantage for the entire game.
Gonna be seeing it Ness with this Bastion ulti, as well as True with the Pharah ulti. Is gonna be seeing it, the bombs come out, the beat being popped by Axion to help the team sustain. Not really much of a purpose there, unfortunately, to be using it. Ashen Boy falling very, very low. True still gonna be opting to hold on to this ult. True gonna be getting that pick onto Madman Gage. Is gonna be looking up for Grand Haven here. The Hazard falling very low. Do have to be very, very careful about that. And possibly we see a barrage come out here. It looks like not quite yet. That Bastion ulti, though, gonna be helping it to drone out point and create some space for the team.
That was a very expensive ult fight from Montrose. To lose that fight with using all the ults they did, it is going to be very hard for them to retake this point going into the rest of the match.
Silent CVR and Viskin, once again, very close to those ults. We do have the Kitsune Rush come out from Montrose to help them take possession of this point. Going to be having the Pharah Barrage coming out, catching out to, going to be also seeing that beat come out from Ashen Boy. Not too much of a purpose due to Grand Haven already being up 2 players there. Viskin able to secure a pick for themselves. We do see a Pulse Bomb come out. Grand Haven going to be getting the kill on to the last 2 remaining teammates of Montrose and following up onto that third.
Yeah, I do think that was a good beat from Grand Haven. They were down their Kiriko, and with only Lucio heals, they did not have enough sustain to keep winning the fight.
We are going to see that Hazard ulti come out. Not going to be finding any value, but the Domino ulti does come out, catching out the tank. And unfortunately for Montrose, they just were not quick enough to touching that point.
Score 1-0. Ready for battle.
All I can think of when I see the Lucio skin is Kara P.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
It
The
looks
only
like Grand
swapping
Haven here.
comps we are seeing is Montrose swapping off the Tracer onto Mei.
How do you feel about the Mei swap here?
I think Tracer is better, and it is going to be very hard for them to kill this Pharaoh that's going to be playing Coast the entire game.
Looks like Madman Gage actually going to be getting that opening pick with the Mei, that lucky Icicle headshot. Going to be doing a lot of damage. Grand Haven, though, going to be trading it right back onto Axion there. Montrose now going to be down their speed. Crazy Monkey with a kill right back onto Madman Gage, going for that revenge. Ness, though, following it right back up. Grand Haven's tank going to be falling there. The Nabana going to be out of the fight. And it looks like Grand Haven's only option here is going to be to kite and retake the fight once they are all grouped up again. Crazy Monkey going to be falling very early there. Once again, we are going to be seeing the ults be built. Montrose going to be at an advantage here due to the damage being done. Viskin almost actually being knocked into the well there. Going to be facing a front forward battle. Just so much damage being done onto Grand Haven as well. We do see this Mei wall come out. Not going to be finding much value. Both teams really just looking to try and get poke damage as Montrose does approach 50% on this capture objective already. Where Sticky and True going to be getting those 2 picks that are going to be crucial for Grand Haven here. They are going to capture this objective and finally have their turn on this point.
Now we're talking.
Montrose still going to be up in terms of this ult economy. We do have the Bastion Bomb coming out, and it does end up finding very good value onto Grand Haven there. We do also have this rush come out from Silent CVR to help them take point. Forcing Grand Haven to kite here. We do see True just look and try and get a pick there. Ashen Boy going to be getting the boop onto Silent CVR into the well there. Montrose once again will take possession of it at this point with 60%. True does fall very low and does just barely manage to get out. Grand Haven is going to need to look to take a quick fight here as Montrose is down at their Lucio. We are going to see a very nice barrage come out here from True and help the team take this point. Going to be getting a few picks for themselves.
I was surprised with the Mei pick. I was not expecting as much from it, but they have gotten 2 very lucky poke kills at the beginning of the fight with the icicles and were able to win.
We are going to see this Hazard ult come out, and as well as that Beat, going to be using that Mei ulti, as well as that Domino ulti. Not going to be finding any value with that Domino ult, unfortunately. That Beat does come out onto the Lucio there. True getting 2 kills once again. It does actually look like that Domino ult there. It did stop Beat from going to all of Montrose. Where Sticky going to be getting a pick on Sam CBR with that Emery ult. It has become a very expensive fight for Grand Haven.
Yeah, this Pharah is still a really big problem with no Tracer to be able to force him out and mark him while he is poking out the other team.
Montrose really going to need to look to touch point here. It looks like Viscant is going to be the one to touch. Going to be taking a lot of damage. The team is going to need to look to try and build these ults here. Ness with a very detrimental pick. Viscant able to follow right back up onto it. Montrose now up 2 in this fight. Up a 3rd now. Grand Haven, though, trading it right back. The Curie heals no longer going to be there. The Dominant is going to end up falling. The Security put into an awkward situation. Montrose is once again going to be able to take this point into OT and recapture.
Grand Haven is coming into this fight with the ult advantage, but if Montrose can play this fight slow, get their ults, they will be able to get their ults faster and have the ult advantage for this next fight.
Ness, once again, with that early opening pick, going to be very important for the team. That Pharah very low does end up getting killed out of the ult. That Emre almost taking down Ness there. We do see the Hazard ulti coming out. Not going to be finding any value with it once again, but that Bastion ult coming out right onto the Domina does absolutely destroy her. Madman Gage following right back up, and Axion with that kill onto the Emre once again. The Kitsune does come out. It is a back and forth game as both teams are in OT here for the second capture point. Madman Gage with the Mei, though, just going crazy. That does take us to map 3 for Ilios.
Yeah, I think that was played really well by Montrose. They were able to get the first pick in almost every fight throughout that entire map, and that led them to be able to follow up with their Hazard and win the majority of the fights.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Grand Haven looks to be swapping to the Diva to be able to play faster into the other team. Oh, no, we're going to Orisa. So they're going to want to play what they did on Ruins and try to slow out the fight, poke out the other team, and try to get an early pick.
As for Montrose, it does look like they are going to be opting to play this same comp here, as they have realized that does play into their strengths. Both teams are getting into this first fight here, really just trying to look for that initial pick that can help them win this fight here. This Hazard going to be looking to brawl a point and get a pick onto the backline. Grand Haven Sync does end up poking out the Hazard. The Emre falling very low. Does need to be very careful. Sound CBR finishing up that kill there. Does end up getting traded out. 2 very big kills for Grand Haven here as they do poke out that Bastion as well as Kiriko here. And following right up on to that Lucio. Madman Gage and Viscant fighting for this point to contest as much as they can. Fortunately for Grand Haven here, they are going to be coming out on top of this fight.
Both teams are about even on ult charge still, so they're going to want to take this fight slow, try to farm up ults. Maybe look for a quick engage with the Hazard. If not, the other team will be able to stall them out better.
Montrose here looking to stop this high ground. Unfortunately, Silence DVR does once again get poked out by that Orisa. Viscant able to trade it right back onto where Sticky G. Gonna be 2 very big picks for both teams. Madman Gage getting the kill onto Ashen Boy. Crazy Monkey following it right back up. The Axion not gonna go down without a fight. Ness is able to follow up. It is just this tank left alive for Grand Haven here, as once again both teams. Just Grand Haven does approach 50%. Montrose does end up taking repossession here as Viscant does look to push up and make even more space for the team. And it looks like we are going to have that lone Lucio on a point contesting for Grand Haven. But unfortunately, now that Lucio going to be quite staggered and the team not going to have that speed to be able to kite or engage how they want.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Grand Haven try to go into this fight early with their Orisa Pharah ult.
Ashton, oh boy, unfortunately getting even more staggered there by Ness. It was a pretty quick kill out of spawn. Gonna possibly see some ults come out here. That Mei ulti does end up coming out and is gonna be catching out the tank there, where Sticky G really trying to look to hold this top angle here and get a better view onto Montrose, but does end up getting forced out by that hazard. We do have quite a few ults on the line for both teams. I would love to see these Lucio beats used in defensively against the other ults of both teams. Looks like we are going to see Axion use that beat to engage. We are going to be speeding on it to point. Really trying to look to just stall it out here and get as much capture progress as it can. Ness going to be getting that kill once again onto True. Grand Haven, though, going to be getting a very important pick onto Viscant there and a second onto Silence DVR. It is looking a little scary for Montrose. Really just need to look to either get out, die, or contest this point for as long as they can. Madman Gage going to be looking to use that Ice Cube there. Is now going to be staggered, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially with that stagger coming into this next fight, Grand Haven is going to have 5 ults, and they are looking in a really good spot to be able to win this match.
We do have near full ults for Grand Haven here. We do have a very big hazard ult come out, but an even bigger beat come out from Grand Haven here. Going to be having a lot of value. Grand Haven going to be getting that kill onto Axion and Silence CVR. Both supports are down for Montrose. It is looking a little scary. That Bastion ult does come out from Ness, but it is not going to be enough. 95% on this point for Grand Haven. Montrose does have to look touch. Axion trying to go for a rollout here, but it is not going to be enough for the team as Grand Haven does take map 2, bringing the score to 2-0.
That map was really close the whole time. I think the deciding factor was when the hazard ulted way too early and his team was not able to follow up with it, leaving them just sitting out in the open, and he was not able to do anything.
A very great map from both teams here. We are going to be going to map 3 very, very shortly. Both teams are going to be figuring out their bans, as well as Montrose picking where they'd like to go for map 3.
Yeah, I think depending on the map, I would like to see either a Pharah or Orisa ban from Montrose, as they look to be struggling really hard at trying to play into the poke, and it is a big problem for them.
I do agree. I think for Montrose, the 2 players that they do have to be worried about there were that Orisa and Farah. They were just able to follow up very, very well. How do we feel about the current state of the meta?
The current state of the meta, I kind of like the current state of the meta. I think multiple tanks could be played. You could play Maga, Orisa, Diva, Hazard, and you can be flexible. It's not just one comp the entire time. 5v5. Yeah.
Looks like we are going to be going to Midtown for map 3. Every time I just get more and more surprised.
Yeah, these have been some really random map picks. I have not seen these maps picked in a long time.
I think I know why they're going to Midtown.
Why is that?
How much of a delay are we on? Are we on 180 seconds? None? Oh, well, hopefully they're not, I'll wait till after they...
Okay.
My producer says he's terrified. Oh, well, Midtown in general is just kind of like mid.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it's a lot of
mm,
just long fights. There's probably a Sigma from both teams looking to
yeah.
poke. Hard to really fast engage.
See, like, why would you play Midtown when you could play like, yeah, Kings Row? What are the other
No.
hybrid maps? Definitely not Nepal. I'd rather, or not Nepal. Orissa map.
Orissa map?
Numbani. Numbani.
Numbani.
Midtown's
Alright,
still better
forget
than
it. I'm
Numbani.
going on the stream. What do you? How am I the one bringing up? How am I the one bringing up Kings Row when we're looking for hybrid maps?
Because Kings Row's kind of
Well,
also
for-
like,
I mean,
Sure.
we have Midtown, Numbani, Paraiso, Kings Row, Hollywood, Blizzard, and Icon.
I'm gonna say something really controversial.
Yeah, here we go.
I kind of like Paraiso.
That I don't know if I agree with that. I can't.
Well, I'm like a Kiri player. I just get to climb everywhere. It's like the best map for me.
I like third point on Paraiso, but I think first and second, there's just.
I don't
it's
like
really hard
first.
for the attacking point team.
I like second and third.
I don't know. Out of all the hybrid maps, I would say Blizzard World is the most fun.
Yeah, Eichenwald's pretty bad too. I don't like Eichenwald.
Yeah,
That first choke is terrible.
I don't think there's too many good hybrid maps in
No.
the game right now.
I'd say definitely probably Kings Row and Blizz World are probably the top ones.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like
Surprised we
you
didn't see
can't
Kings Row.
you can't like dislike Kings Row because it's the Scrims row, you know?
It's always played. It's played every single
Yep.
time you're in a scrim
You don't get a choice.
since the game came out.
You don't get a choice.
Yeah, I think it was really popularized because the Rhine is extremely strong in that map,
Mhm.
and back in the GOATS meta, it was big brawl map for both teams.
May comp also really strong for a really
Yeah.
long time on that map, especially in collegiate scene.
Yeah, I mean, now on that map, it's looking like Diva, Orisa are good. I think Dive could be played on it, and if you're looking to play Orisa, you can TP on first point, play a sim with the Orisa, and take the fast rotations.
What do you think is the ideal comp for this map? What do both teams want to be looking out for here?
For Midtown, I think both teams should be playing a Sigma or a Domina, maybe even a Diva could be good here. Tracer's really strong. Emery, Kiri, Lucio, probably that's what you should be on every single map right now. I mean, you could also see a Kiri Wuyang, Kiri Alari, considering the long angles on this map.
All right, and we are going to be going into our third map here, which is Midtown. I did see for the bans, we did have a Farah and Maga. I unfortunately did not see the other two there. But what I was saying earlier, I wanted to wait till after bans, but they do have an Alaria player. And they are pretty...
Yeah.
Alaria is their strongest character, and I know they also do have a pretty strong Sigma from Montrose. So I would love to see both of those played, to be honest.
Looks like Montrose is pulling out the Diva. Well, Grand Haven is on the Hog for this map. That is a surprising pick to see.
I kind of like the Divier comp we got going from Montrose here. The Hog is a bit of an interesting pick for defense on this map.
They're not on the Alaria you were talking about. I wonder if it got banned.
It did not. I'm guessing they're probably going to save it for defense.
Yeah, they could be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Going to be seeing the double hit scan being run once again from Grand Haven here. really trying to look to get that poke damage out again as Montrose does get their bearings and look to try and get some angles here. Gonna be having that Tracer look to go around and get a pick in that back line there, sort of cause a distraction. Biskin really looking to try and move on to that front line there and create space. Madman Gage going to be looking to fight this Soldier 76. It does fall very low and is going to grab that health pack and sustain it for just a moment while they do get their cooldowns back. Biskin going to end up losing that mech there. That baby diva got to be very, very careful. Does not have much HP. And that's going to be getting a kill onto Crazy Monkey. Very detrimental for the team. Grand Haven going to be trading it right back though. And that hook just coming out into the team ends up grabbing Axion there, and unfortunately is going to fall victim to that Roadhog, where Sticky G really looking to try and hold this angle. Ness going to be getting a second kill onto Ashen Boy here. We are taking a pretty slow fight, but luckily for Montrose, they are on the attacking side, so they will be getting back much faster. Ness with that third kill onto where Sticky G. Crazy Monkey does end up getting pushed back and dismantled by Silent CVR. True looking to try and get out here. Viskin gonna be looking to make some space for the team here. Ashen Boy really just looking to try and help the Hog out. Gonna be getting a kill onto Madman Gage. Was pushed up a little too far there. Silent CVR gonna be teleporting in, but does manage to get out. Both teams gonna already have quite a few ults online. Ness just doing so much that fight. We are gonna have Biskin with this bomb ready for the remake here.
Yeah, Montrose is closing in on 5 ults. They're gonna want to try to ult at first here, try to force out ults from the other team while also winning.
We are going to have that tactical visor come out from Ness here. Not going to be finding much value. That pulse bomb as well does end up getting that kill onto Ashen Boy. We are going to see the Diva bomb come out here as the whole Hog was popped. Viskin really trying to do what they can to sustain, but that Hog just able to do so much damage. It makes it so difficult to be able to live through that. And fortunately for Grand Haven, they do regain their bearings here and are able to stop the momentum that Montrose had on this payload. A expensive fight for Montrose, and unfortunately gonna be down in terms of ult economy, as they do only have both these support ults ready, as Grand Haven does have nearly every ult ready here. We are going to see that Kitsune Rush come out, as well as that Visor. A very expensive fight, a good beat from Axion, but unfortunately just so many ults were popped to be able to get much value with it.
Well, this Hog is putting in a lot of work for being on a mid-town, being able to... It's hard to play Hog on this map, and he's still putting in, getting 2 kills a fight, getting 3, getting a good whole Hog, and just living a long time.
It looks like we are going to have a pause. I'm going to assume a tech issue.
Yeah, it looks like their Hog stopped moving right at the end of that fight. Could have DC'd.
What would be MiHSEF without a tech issue? Who's your favorite character and why? Both of you.
My favorite character?
Oh no.
Just like the... or I guess just like... Ooh. Favorite character in terms to play, and then just like favorite character.
Sure.
I
go
think
first,
in
Tokyo?
terms to play... You want to go first? Okay.
No, you can go.
Me go first? Okay. I think my favorite to play is Diva. I think she has... Her mobility is really fun. You get burst kills. And then favorite character in general, that's hard.
You can think about it once we go to a break, but we are going to be right on back into it. Madman Gage going to be looking to swap on to this Reaper to be able to deal with that Hog a little bit more. Sensitive are going to be looking to use this Kitsune here. Going to be at a bit of an awkward angle. Grand Haven still going to be able to hold this high ground. Viskin looking to go in and get some damage onto that back line, but Silent CVR does also teleport in there, getting picked off quite quickly by Grand Haven's tank. The Roadhog once again getting a second kill there, is actually dominating, just getting so many picks that are needed.
Wow, yeah, they are struggling playing into this Roadhog. I think they should maybe try to poke him out more, try to force him out, because he's just getting as much space as he want, playing in the other team's backline.
I'd even love to see some counter swaps here, possibly an Ana or something come out, as I don't think it was banned.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And Ana would be really strong, be able to force out the Suzu and T the Hog and make it easy to kill him.
Grand Haven, and once again gonna have an overabundance of these ults to themselves. Ness gonna be popping that visor and getting a kill on the Crazy Monkey here. True looking to take this high ground. Lucio falling pretty low. Axion does have to be very, very careful. Ness with that second kill. Montrose is gonna be on this payload. That beat does come out. Ness falling very, very low. This Roadhog also very, very low themselves, but Madman Gage being pushed back by that whole hog. Montrose does have to give up space. This D.Va is in the back line, either has to look to obtain mech once again or die, and unfortunately for Viskin, it looks like they are going to be sent back to the spawn room. 60 seconds do remain on the clock for Montrose to keep escorting this payload.
Yeah, with that stagger, I think the game is now brung down to one fight. Grand Haven's in a really good spot with 3 ults, but Montrose does have 4, so they are able to. They will have an advantage going into it.
Montrose really just trying to look for what picks they can. We do have this Reaper ulti come out and gonna be getting hooked out of that. Unfortunately, Madman Gage falling very low. Does have to be very careful. The B as well as the Kitsune Rush come out. True gonna be popping that visor, looking to do some damage onto the backline there, but Viskin looking to move in on the backline. True does end up catching out 3. Viskin taking 1 with them. That mech is back on a line. It is a 3v2 here. Ness with a kill. Gotta be careful of that Kiriko. It is Viskin versus the supports and this soldier here, really just looking to try and stall out this payload for the team to get back, but unfortunately for Viskin are going to get demeched just as soon as that Suzu comes out. But Montrose is back onto this point. We do see the Emery ulti come out, as well as the beat from Grand Haven. Going to be a very good beat for the team. The Kitsune Rush does come out from Silent CVR, and unfortunately the team is going to be falling one by one slowly. This is their last hope for this payload, but unfortunately this is going to be as far as they take it.
Well, I think Kitsune Visor is such a strong alt combo. Being able to kill anyone you want with aimbot, killing in under a second is just insane.
We are going to be having both teams swap sides here, as Montrose does go over to defense and Grand Haven it does go over to attack here. The teams are selecting their comps. I'm very curious to see how we are going to be seeing these comp swaps this time around.
Yeah, I would like to see more of a poke comp, and from Montrose, it would just make the game harder to play for the Roadhog. He's doing way too much right now, getting almost every pick, every fight.
It looks like for Grand Haven, they are going to be sticking with the same comp, realizing what their strengths were this map. And as for Montrose, we are going to be seeing more of a pokey comp there. And like I said, I would like to see that Illari, and we are going to see that Illari come out alongside that Domina, a very strong poke comp.
Yeah, oh, is it going back to swap from Illari? He is.
No.
I do think he should be playing Illari here. Illari is so strong on this map.
I agree. Okay, wait.
Ooh, the Ana's
okay,
a good
the Ana's
pick.
a good pick. The Ana's a good pick here. We just have to really look to play for nades, and also do have to be careful about that speed. Have to look to kite those engages here. But it does look like Grand Haven is going to be looking to take their angles here. Going to be sending their hit scan possibly top. The team are really just trying to look for that poke damage once again. The Domina, unfortunately getting hooked in, does have a very good push and is able to kite back to that shield. Ness going to be getting a pick on to where Sticky G there. That Hog just going to be able to sustain all that damage. True really just trying to look for a pick. Madman Gage in a bit of an awkward position. Does almost end up getting taken out there. Just barely able to survive by the hair on his head. Ashen Boy falling pretty low themselves. That Hog getting antied is one the team does need to look to move up on that, but unfortunately just not able to get there. Viscant holding the space as well as they can. Grand Haven really just trying to look for this opening pick. Gonna look to possibly go around left here. The DPS still stuck at a very awkward position though, and Ashen Boy does end up falling to Ness.
Yeah, I think to be able to push out of this choke, they're gonna have to swap off the Hog, get a shield, let your hit scan do more work. It's so hard to push with the Hog here.
I do agree, especially into this Domina. It is going to be so difficult for Grand Haven. But Montrose already quickly going to be building these ultis here. Ness going to have this visor on a line to use. And this Domina ult coming very close. We do see an anti come out. Going to be picking out that Lucio, a super big pick for the team, as well as a sleep. We do see the Domina ulti come out onto the Hog. Kind of not very needed there, unfortunately, but now Montrose does have plenty of space. Ness with the pick onto True once again. Grand Haven is going to get a very, very important pick onto Silent CVR as all the main heals do end up coming down for Montrose. Ness is going to be popping that visor alongside the Emre ult here and going to be finding two. Axiana with the kill onto the Roadhog. A minute and 30 seconds do remain on at this point for Grand Haven to be able to cap. It does look like once again they are going to have these full ultis. Montrose really just going to need to look to try to kite as best as it can and refight with what resources they have. True gonna be falling very low. It does just barely manage to get out. Gonna see that Kitsune rush as well as that beat come out to support ults. True gonna be getting that kill onto Ness. That visor does come out alongside it. A very expensive fight for Grand Haven here as they do only have this whole Hog remaining. There is a chance they could retouch, but it does not look like we are gonna see those swaps come out, and Montrose is going to be looking for another fight. 3 minutes now added to the clock for Grand Haven. They do have plenty of time here. Both teams going to be opting to stay the same comp here. This poke comp going to be very, very strong. Going to be able to hold space a lot stronger than Grand Haven. This Domina ult also very, very close to being on a line once again. Really just looking to try and build it. The Hog looking to go in the back line. The Domina going to attempt to eat the damage, but unfortunately not going to be able to. We do have this Nano online. Do have to look to use it as we have been holding it for quite a minute. We do see the Domina ulti come out onto the Roadhog, and as well as this Nano to help Viscant sustain what damage they are taking. Montrose is going to be coming out on top of this fight as the Emre just barely manages to escape. Grand Haven,
like I said, we're seeing the swap off the Hog now. They realized it's really hard to push in. I think they were just waiting to use their Hog ult and swap in.
Ness going to be getting that early pick for the team. True really looking to try and be oppressive on this off angle here. Ness going to be using that visor. Does end out taking two, just barely managing to survive. There is a minute and a half once again remaining on this clock for Grand Haven. A
That was a great
stagger.
fight for Montrose. They only had to use one ult. They have a minute and 20 left, probably 2 fights. Now they're coming up on 4 ults into Grand Haven's 4 as well.
Really just looking to try and build these ultis once again. It looks like Grand Haven looking to come out on this top angle. The Emery going to be going in. We do have the Kitsune as well as that Soldier Visor coming in, becoming a very expensive fight for the team, but they do still have 3 ults about ready for the next fight. Expensive fight for Montrose as well.
I think they're still in the alt lead. They have 2 ults before they're gonna get their Lucy ult, unless.
Oh no!
Oh, they did not touch.
We Charlie 9'd.
C9.
No, we Charlie 9'd. But that
yeah,
does.
I think that Ram swap from Grand Haven was very strong.
We are going to see True with this final play of the game here on the Soldier 76 when that visor was popped with that Kitsune Rush, just doing so much damage onto Montrose there, but that will be game 1 from us, with the final score being 3-0 in favor of Grand Haven. So that means they will be advancing to the semifinals here, and we'll be going up against Linden in the bracket next. But we are most likely not quite sure who we will be going to next for our following game. We will be going to the other side of the bracket, so we will be getting 2 new teams here.
I thought about it more. I think my favorite character has to be Reinhardt. He's
we gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this.
We do.
What about your Sky?
Okay. All right.
It's like just favorite to play, and then just
yeah.
Just favorite overall.
Favorite in general. I think, I guess, I loved when I first played, like, Overwatch 1. I was literally just the Genji guy, because there were a lot of those, right? A lot of the LARPers, right? But, honestly, I'm still down for the LARP, I think. Like,
Playing Genji trying to be Necros.
Yeah, it's just such a satisfying.
I was there too at one point.
Yeah, it's such a satisfying hero. It's just it's a blast. Like like when those shurikens just hit just right, it's nothing feels better, right?
Yeah.
And then I guess in terms of like overall, I don't know. I wish I was better at I wish I was better at Ryan. Like, Ryan is so cool. Just like that shield that is kind of permeable, but it's like, projectiles and
He's
but
so
like
silly.
yeah, and
Silly.
just the way he's able to pull up on you, like he's so sick. Like the Earth Shatter is definitely one of my favorites for sure.
I think for me to play would probably be. Oh wait, this is really hard actually. Depends on the day of the week, to be honest. I really like Ana because Ana's just fun, and I like Kiri because I'm just good at Kiri. But overall, if I'm getting like silly goofy, probably Zenyatta. I love to run it down on Zenyatta. It's always so fun. And then probably just overall, in terms of just like character in general, is probably Juno, because Juno's super fun. She's also just really silly and cute. And like you get speed ring and just like soldier like insta lock visor. That's great. Broken character. But we are going to be going to a short break. We will be back shortly. Everybody, and we are back for the second matchup here. We are going to be seeing the matchup between Linden and Grand Haven this time around. I did unfortunately lie. We are going to be staying at the top of this bracket, but we are going to be getting into this fight here. Both teams have already done their bans, and it looks like for our first map, we have selected Lijiang Tower here. We are going to see Keys, which is from Linden here, come out on the ball, and we are going to see a Bastion comp as well here. Going to be seeing the Wu Yang as well. Keys going to be getting a early pick there, but Grand Haven going to be following right back up onto Totally Human. Keys with a second kill onto True there, and Nezzle Fam with the pick onto Crazy Monkey. It does look like Linden is going to be up in this fight. Nezzle Fam with a second kill. True securing a pick for themselves, though unfortunately the fight is already lost for Grand Haven here.
Yeah, I can't see ults.
We are in coach slot, so and we don't know what the ults are. Maybe we do a little ult tracking ourselves. We will see. Nezzle Fam, though, gonna be in this back line looking to get a early pick onto that Soldier 76 or one of these supports here.
Yeah, I think Linden should be closing in on mines here. They're probably going to look to engage early with that.
Nezzle Fam with 2 more picks once again. The Roadhog going to be trading it right back up onto that Sombra and almost catching out a second there, but does end up missing that initial shot. Keys with the kill onto True. Unfortunately for Grand Haven, they just kind of are being held in spawn here. We are going to see the swap from Roadhog onto Ramatra here. Grand Haven does have to look to make a move as Linden is already closing in on 65%. That EMP does come out, catching out multiple. Grand Haven is going to be dismantled one by one once again as Linden approaches 75% on this point.
Yeah, for this last fight, we should be looking at 4 ults for Linden, and I don't know how much Grand Haven has, maybe close to some.
We are going to see those mines come out onto the bridge to look to zone off the area, and it does work successfully. This Sombra going to be in that back line as well, and Grand Haven really not much time to touch here. Wearing Sticky really trying to not get picked off there. It looks like we are going to have a touch from Grand Haven here on to this point. The tank going to be looking to follow up on it, as it is just as Lucio on a point does end up falling. Both teams do get that 2v2 trade there, but 2 more come out from Nezzle Fam. Unfortunately, Grand Haven is not going to be able to get a successful fight in here.
Yeah, that was just, I think Grand Haven wasn't able to like recoup, get a good fight in. They were down ults the entire game. They had to make swaps.
It looks like we are going to see Crazy Monkey with the swap onto Juno here. Still going to be running this double hit scan for Grand Haven. Looking like we might have a swap onto Zarya here. Unfortunately,
yeah,
we can.
see the Zarya being able to help with the hit scan when their ball dives in, bubble him.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to see Linden's comp due to us being in the coach slot. We will get that fixed next game. But we are going to be heading right on into it. Looks like we are going to be running a double speed comp with that Lucio Juno there. Looking to move very, very fast. True going to be swapping onto the Sojourn as well. Looks like we do have the Bastion once again from Linden, as well as the Sombra. Going to be seeing a Roadhog also come out here. Roadhog being played quite a bit. A very good bubble from Grand Haven's tank there. Going to be getting that kill onto Sombra. The tank falling very low for Grand Haven. Do have to be very careful. Crazy Monkey kind of in a very awkward spot. Got to be very scared of that hog. Does manage to avoid that hook there. Grand Haven really just going to have to look to regroup here. Stealth, though, not going to be being taken down by Grand Haven there. That Roadhog getting out a hook. The Zarya really just has to look to sustain that Juno ring. Going to be coming in clutch for the Kite. Action Boy really looking to try to follow up on this Sombra. The Zarya falling very, very low. Really just looking to try and get some damage off and farm this ultimate ability. Unfortunately, it does end up getting hooked back into that virus. Just too much damage to be able to sustain. This Sombra is in the back line where Sticky does have to be very careful. Does end up being taken out by that Wu Yang bubble, and then that hack following up onto True here. Linden just absolutely so strong on this defense. It is almost impenetrable.
Yeah, I think Grand Haven just needs to take a second, chill, get a group going.
He's going to be popping that whole hog, booping True off the map there. Nuzzle fam with the pick onto the Emray, and a second onto Crazy Monkey with that virus. Absolutely so oppressive on this Sombra. There's nowhere for the tank of Grand Haven to walk. Does end up falling already at 80% on this capture objective. We do have the Wu Yang ulti come out just for the style points, the swag points. We do have to look to build these ultis for Grand Haven and not get picked off, as we are in almost the last fight. That EMP does come out, catching out 3. Does end up getting a pick onto both the DPS. Grand Haven now DPS-less. They do need to touch this point, possibly the Lucio, to go for a touch off the side of the map. We do have the rush as well as the Lucio beat come out here, and the Juno ult, but unfortunately it does not look like Grand Haven is going to be able to touch here, bringing the score 1-0 in Linden's favor.
I mean, there just wasn't like a full fight that entire round. They just kept going in one by one, getting staggered, losing the alt fights.
We are going to see Nuzzle fam with this play of the game here, just doing the most on this Sombra, able to secure what picks are needed for Linden to be able to pursue these fights. But we are going to be going to map 2 very shortly here, as the teams do pick their bans, and Grand Haven will be picking the next map. I gotta think of another fun question.
Thoughts on that skill diff?
Oh,
Do you think that was like? I mean, that was a very tough one. I mean, although kind of losing so handedly in that first choke point was very, very tough, I think.
it really, unfortunately, a lot of it just comes down to like skills and how much you've played in the scene, because for Grand Haven, it looks more as if they're playing a game of comp instead of an organized team fight, whereas Linden has that more on lock with what they're trying to do. They have a goal and more of a fight plan than Grand Haven does.
Yeah, I think so far, maybe, yeah, Grand Haven, I think just needing to kind of take their time. Tokyo mentioned it mid-game as well on that second capture point of Lijiang. It's just, really needing, I mean, if you need all 5 in the ship, have all 5 in the ship and be able to, like, hop out of the choke. Because you're just going to continue getting held down. I mean, it's a pretty infamous place to get camped, that as well, right outside the actual entrance to the tower itself, not even the ship, right? But yeah, that is a tough choke point, like 100%.
You know what? Shout out to True. They have very, very good target priority.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about it even in our games. If you just need, everyone could just stand still and spawn, take 20 seconds, know what you want to do, get a fight plan going.
Are we still in coach slot? Or can we
Good question. Hold on.
Yay. I think you're just red. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you need to be put
They,
to all
yeah,
stack.
they gotta put you in there. It's not like Marvel Rivals.
Why? Well, I mean, yeah, regardless, I mean, highly Linden favored, but I think Grand Haven now, having to completely switch their mental in terms of, going up against Linden, having to kind of switch their expectations up, because, going against Montrose, I think Grand Haven was able to kind of like have a relatively simple series, even though it did get close. But now, Linden is kind of a big dog here in MiHSEF, so I think it's gonna have to be extremely precise from Grand Haven in order to actually find a singular map against Linden and to be able to look to find the upset. And that's, I think, the most important thing is like you can upset all the time at LAN. Like Linden just needs to have a bad game, needs to have a bad day, right? But
Or even just a mental boom from someone.
right, exactly.
Yeah,
So
I mean, now that they've
it's
seen the comp, they know what to expect. They could use their bans to prepare for what Linden is going to do next.
yeah, absolutely. Oh my
We
goodness.
got Speckle!
We're good. We're good.
You could see alts.
I know.
But yeah, I mean that's gonna have to be it, Some pretty significant moves from Grand Haven to take out a school that frankly has a lot of esports programs that have won various titles at MiHSEF on a very consistent basis.
I'm excited to see what map we are going to be going to next.
I think teams are still organizing themselves, and I think I do like the amount of time they're taking here because Grand Haven does have to talk.
I think that might be a worse map pick than Midtown.
What did they pick?
Dorado.
Dorado?
Dorado.
I mean, they could just be trying to play the ball again. Keys looked really strong on the ball there.
This was Grand Haven's pick.
Oh, this was Grand Haven's pick. I mean, maybe they're just trying to play Diva. Diva could counter the ball really well. And this is one of the stronger Diva maps.
Ball ban is smart.
Yeah, it just comes out immediately.
And it looks like we are going to see a Ramatra ban from Linden here. We did see the tank player from Grand Haven play that Ram quite a bit, so...
Yeah, I believe was it on that first map?
Yes.
Oh, we don't remember first map. It was a laggy mess, but it's okay. We got through it.
What's everyone's favorite, like, weird hero? Mine's Torbjorn.
Weird hero?
I love Torbjorn. I love playing Torbjorn.
I love playing the DPS Lifeweaver.
That is weird.
Wait,
oh,
okay.
Nice. Yeah.
No, we low-key run a comp in 6v6 comp where I go Ana and then he goes Lifeweaver and I nano him.
Honestly, like the DPS Mercy is up there for me. Genuinely.
DPS Mercy's low-key heat.
I think that's a sleeper pick.
Hammer only
The
Torbjorn.
Lifeweaver with the major pick goes crazy. Oh, the hammer Torbjorn is funny too.
You gotta get the hammer perk.
You get the hammer perk, the Lucia speed boost, and the Ana nano speed boost. You zoom in.
No, you can literally like one-shot people with hammer if you have all three of those. It's crazy. Do the Ana Nano and then the Kitsune.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a Wu Yang and a Life Weaver ban.
I hope they didn't start just because I said R, but I should have said prod R, but I imagine they all know that I'm not on Grand Haven.
You don't got the matching profile picture.
Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. Good one. Okay. Well.
All right, it looks like we are going to have Linden on the defense this time around and Grand Haven on the attacking side first. Both teams are currently selecting their comps, and you know what? I kind of like this comp we're seeing here from Linden. Gonna have that Reinhardt come out that we talked about earlier. Gonna see a Juno and a Brig. And then gonna have
a strong chance to see the spawn hold here from Linden.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. But then gonna see Nezzlefam on the Mei and Raidus on the Bastion here. Gonna be also looking for a bit of a brawl, and it does look like we are gonna be going for this close hold. Oh, I am so excited for this. I'm curious to see how it's going to work out with True on the Symmetra. It looks like Grand Haven here might be looking for a bit of a TP, so Linden might be a little confused where they come out from. Oh, never mind. We're not going to TP. And we are going to be getting it right on into this fight. Keys already with a pick on it to Ashen Boy. That Maywall does come out. Not going to be finding any value. A pin from Keys on a Crazy Monkey. And Nezzlefam following up onto True here. Stealth does fall very low, but does manage to sustain with the help of the Juno here. Keys really looking to try and push up. That Lucio almost falling for the second time already this game. We are going for a spawn hold, and this is very exciting. I'm very excited. Stealth already quickly approaching this ult, as well as Nezzlefam and Totally Human. And Keys, just so much damage being done. And the Sarissa does have to be very careful about that turret form there. Don't want to get melted. That Reinhardt pin gonna come out. True and Crazy Monkey getting 2 picks for themselves. Keys trading right back though, and Raidus with 1 for themselves. Raidus unfortunately falling to True there, and True with a second kill for themselves. It is just Keys on this point. Does end up taking 1 more down, but does finally end up falling. The raid boss is down, and Grand Haven is going to be able to take possession of this point finally.
Yeah, the Sarissa is going to be really hard to play Reinhardt into. That's the only reason they were able to push through that choke.
True doing a lot of work on that Symmetra. Also, this Tracer in the back line looking to create a distraction. We do see a massive shatter come out from Keys here. A very beautiful shatter. Unfortunately, just no one there to follow up with it. The Symmetra wall does come out to help create some space for Grand Haven here. They are looking to attempt to push onto Keys and try and get some kills here. Raidus going to be popping that turret form to look for some picks. We are just going to see some kiting from Linden here while they do look to build some of these ults. Stealth going to be popping that rally. Raidus unfortunately not able to sustain it, and Totally Human falling just 1 before their ult. Keys following it. We are going to see a lot of ults ready for Grand Haven now.
Yeah, Linden already swapped off of the, I think it was the Mei onto the Pharah. I want to see some more swaps, maybe off the Reinhardt, and it'll be easier to hold this defense.
Do got to be very cautious about how we look to use these ults here. Don't want to have too expensive of a fight, as they are up in terms of these ults by quite a bit here. Really just looking to try and take some space for the team. Nezzlefam with an early pick onto True does open up the fight to Linden and give them a free reign. This Pharah looking to move in on the backline here does force out Suzu and corner this Lucio. This Kiri in a bit of an awkward spot does manage to TP out here. This Pharah still shooting down choke, looking to get some value there. Stealth with the finishing blow onto Ashen Boy.
Grand Haven is coming up on 4 ults into Linden's 3 actually now. And
a bit of an unfortunate fat finger there. Happens to the best of us. Maybe just a stunt on them. MiHSEF trading it right back with the even bigger swag points with the Pharah ult there. It is going to be a team wipe for Linden. Looks like we are going to see the swap onto Orisa to the Domina there. You know, it kind of hurts the ego after you fat fingered the ult. You got to make it look intentional. We are going to see quite a lot of ultis popped here. Going to see that rush as well as the Emery ult come out here from Grand Haven, but the orb is going to be popped for Linden to be able to sustain here. Linden once again with just so many kills. This Reinhardt touching the spawn door. There is not much Grand Haven can do in that circumstance. They still do have this beat ready to use for that shatter that Keys does have online here. Grand Haven able to secure 2 picks, but MiHSEF right back with the 2 trades for themselves. Just absolutely so greedy on this Pharah, able to find so much value with that character alongside of Keys, just able to hold this front line with a strong impenetrable defense. 1 minute and 30 seconds does remain on the clock for this team to keep escorting this payload to this second checkpoint here. Radius does end up falling to Crazy Monkey on the Kriko. The Shatter does come out once again, finding multiple, but that Suzu does come out, saving the life of Grand Haven there. Keys with 2 kills for themselves is very, very low. Just have to be very careful. MiHSEF falling very low themselves. It does end up picking out that soldier with Keys, and now it is just as Domina left. Keys does clean up that fight. Just an absolute raid boss on this character. 1 minute on the clock. We are down to the last couple of fights for this attacking round.
Justice reigns from above.
MiHSEF going to be going for the spawn ulti, finding the kill onto Where Sticky. Raid is following up onto Crazy Monkey once again. Grand Haven going to be having 3 of their ults online, but Linden not far behind here. That Bastion ult does come out from Raidus. Keys with the kill onto True. This far looking to go in the back line and do some damage, and unfortunately that Emre just falling victim to the Bastion ult here. Grand Haven does need to look to do something with these ults. We do have the rally come out from Linden as well as the beat from Grand Haven here. The Domino ult following up. Stealth with 2 kills on the Brig. MiHSEF falling up onto Ashen Boy. Grand Haven securing a kill for themselves onto Stealth, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough for the team to keep escorting the payload.
Wow, Grand Haven started that out really well, and then I think they just went back to what they did on Legion. Keep going in 1 by 1, letting them get it staggered, getting spawn held once again.
Initiating match.
We will be seeing Linden on the attack this time around with Grand Haven on the defense. As both teams do switch sides, they are figuring out what comps they would like to run.
Yeah, I think I would also like to see a spawn hold from Grand Haven here. If they spawn hold, they're able to get more fights in, maybe even 3 with the cart being so close.
I think there's an opportunity for absolute sure. I think the inherent problem, right, is, you know, is Grand Haven really up to the task of really locking in and it stops there, you know what I'm saying? They just have to kind of lock in the same way they did to start, and actually give themselves a plan, because the second they had a plan, they were able to break through that spawn hold, and unfortunately they just did not slow themselves down enough to get to that next checkpoint. It's a game of increments, especially when the ranks are this divided.
That manga is about to get schmelted. We are going to be seeing the same comp played from Linden here, and a pretty similar comp played from Grand Haven, except this time around going to be seeing the Maga played for tank which, as I said, going to be a little difficult given what Linden is running themselves. Just going to be a lot of damage output there, but it looks like Keys in stealth going to be looking just to force this point. NezzleFam with a pick onto True already is able to follow up onto the backline there, and it is going to be almost a full team wipe already for Linden here. A very fast and speedy cleanup. Ashen Boy just unfortunately not able to get out there. Just so much space being taken by Linden already here. They do have an additional 2 minutes on this payload, bringing their time to 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the Reinhardt's just taking so much space right now, they can't do anything.
Grand Haven does need to look to regain their bearings here and take some angles instead of poking all down main here. But Keys already quickly approaching this all. Going to be a very big shatter given that there is no shield for Grand Haven to be able to kite here. But Keys almost does end up falling. It manages to sustain. This Maga really just trying to look to contest this point all they can here. NezzleFam with 2 kills. We do see lots of Qs pressed here, and that will be map 2 for us, bringing the score 0-2 in favor of Linden.
I mean, they just snowballed. They won 1 fight on attack. They had ults earlier. They were able to win the 2nd fight with ults. They pushed cart the whole time and just never stopped.
And we are going to see True get this play of the game on the Symmetra, just able to absolutely melt through those shields with that damage multiplier. But we are going to be having the teams ban once again and choose the map for Grand Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was so much like opportunity here, but I feel like, Grand Haven, we saw a little bit of that Reaper gameplay last match. I believe Montrose actually picked it into Grand Haven. But I think, Grand Haven kind of needed a little bit more of that mobile kind of tank melting power. And unfortunately, I think, there were a lot of factors that kind of contributed to Linden just absolutely kind of being able to dominate that game and so far in this series. But I think on top of it too, uh, I think Grand Haven just needing to take their time a little bit more and figure out what the problem is. Because I mean, NezzleFam absolutely, dealing that consistent damage with the Pharah, but I think Keys was the real issue there.
Yeah, they needed a way to deal with the Reinhardt in their backline. Maybe even a Bastion swap would help.
Yeah, and I do think, you need to facilitate that sort of like tank melt. So sometimes you need, I mean, even like a Reinhardt mirror would be actually kind of sick, to actually give that Reaper a way to walk up. But
Have you seen what's been going on in OWCS over in Korea?
no.
Do you want to tell them, Tokyo?
So everyone in Korea, I think it was like 2 days ago, they ran Cat Bastion every single game, every team.
And your cat literally just like flies your Bastion around.
Yeah, so you're just a Pharah, but with a Gatling gun.
Yeah.
Wow. Paraiso.
Paraiso? What?
It's your map.
Okay, I said I liked it. I didn't. Definitely not in my top maps. I really like Circuit. Circuit is probably one of my favorite maps.
And that's Grand Haven picking that, by the way. I mean,
maybe they're just trying to throw them off, do something they haven't played before.
yeah, I mean, I suppose when you think about a team like Linden, right, that I think they would kind of steer more towards the standard stuff.
Yeah. That's typically what's more played.
Yeah, I've never played a scrim in Paris, so I don't think they've practiced it either.
I would love to see a Suravasa.
No. I veto that. I'm sorry.
I like Sarabasa. I also like Push.
I like Saravasa in team play. I don't think
Yeah.
it's that good in comp.
Comp and like team play are like night and day. I feel like the woe anytime I play comp. I feel like I'm like actually just the worst player ever, but then I feel like fairly confident when I'm in organized play. All right, we got a Sombra ban, pretty valid. We got a visitor at the door.
What do you think Grand Haven could do to have a chance at winning this?
Oh,
Do you think
take
there's
angles.
a way they could pull it out?
I mean, it's not unfortunately something you can just like teach instantly. You see Linden taking a lot more angles, which you can't.
They have so much more control of the map. They have 90% of the map compared to Grand Haven, which is playing in a little corner the whole game.
Yeah, and they really do. All of Grand Haven is kind of just walking down main, which puts you at even more of a target because you just take more damage since they only have to shoot one way, as opposed to where Linden is spread out around Grand Haven, which allows them to shoot from multiple angles where they can't all necessarily be damaged in one area. So
yeah, Grand Haven's doing what we talk about, the conga line.
Yeah, they are doing the conga line like really bad, and that is like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
What bands? We got Sombra, Junkrat, Reinhardt, and Moira.
Those are some interesting bands. Which team banned what?
It looks like Grand Haven banned Sombra and Ryan, and then Linden banned Junkrat and Moira.
I think they're just banning for fun.
I think so too.
Those are some interesting bands.
Right, so hopefully when I transition us in, the audio is fine, because it's just JJ right now. All right, we are gonna be doing okay, wait, I gotta move the chair over. Okay, I got the cam going too. Okay, we got JJ on the observer here.
Oh, is JJ off the observer now?
Yes, JJ is off the observer now. Yay! All right, it does look like we are gonna have Grand Haven on the attack first, and gonna see Linden once again on this defense. I don't know how I feel about that Junker Queen on defense. How do you feel about that, Tokyo?
Yeah,
okay.
They're on Doom.
I also don't know how I feel about that.
Doom's pretty good on this map. I don't think he's good on defense here. I think.
I agree. I agree. Same with the Reaper. The Reaper's a little interesting, I feel like. For defense, at least. What?
And then
okay, I think
on the Hog Bastion is some interesting picks too.
I think we're going for another spawn hold here. I like this. This is huge. But we are going to be having both teams getting on into it. This Reaper opting to back out, a bit of a scary place to be. He's really just looking to scope out this area here and do some tickle damage onto the back line. Both teams really just trying to look for this initial pick here. That Lucio falling very low does manage to get out. Ash and Boy got to be very, very careful. They are very low HP. It does end up falling to the Seismic Slam from Keys. The Reaper going to be teleporting in here. The hook coming off onto the Doomfist, unfortunately not going to be doing any damage. This Bastion falling very low, as well as the Roadhog just barely manages to get out there. He's going in so far, making so much space for the team. Nizzlefam already going to have this Emre ult. I am not sure what happened, but I think that is one of the fastest Emre ults I've ever seen be built.
Yeah, I would like to see them use it early here with the other team having nothing.
Looks like Linden here really just trying to wait for Grand Haven to engage, as they do have the upper hand here with superior positioning. They do have those angles taken. Like I said, that Emerald going to be coming out. The Bastion going to be using Bastion form to help to put that Emerald under control, but unfortunately not going to be able to do much with that. Nizzlefam still going to be on this rain. The rush does come out from Crazy Monkey, and unfortunately when the fight has already ended.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Haven can't even breathe. There's just so much pressure holding them in spawn.
As it was mentioned earlier, it is kind of a snowball effect. Grand Haven really needs to look to get their bearings here and get a full fight in with everyone. Linden just able to keep rolling and rolling off of what momentum they do have. That Bastion ulti, though, going to be coming out from True. Not going to be finding any value with that. Unfortunately, it does look to swing this angle with turret form and get some damage off. Both teams with quite a few ults. We do see the Winging ulti come out onto the Doomfist. Going to be catching a lot of value with that. Lots of stuns coming out. Linden once again going to be able to clean up this fight quite quickly.
You know, I was surprised by the Doomfist pick, but he's making it work. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, getting in there, putting pressure on the other team.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of insane. I mean, Key's really just going in, being able to rotate out, get the heals from the supports, go back in, just knowing, especially with a map with so much verticality, I mean, you can really just kind of play around these corners and break line of sight so easily on this Doomfist.
We are going to have quite a few ults on line for both teams here. Nizzlefam and Keys with 2 picks for themselves. This whole hog does come out. Just looking to try and make some space here and cap what they can on this objective. A smart choice for the Roadhog. That Emre going to be popping ulti just to, once again, farm those aura points. Going to be getting...
Linden's looking in a really good position for this last fight, having 3 ults to 2.
They really are, and Linden looking to try and get close and personal in this spawn. We do have the Reaper ulti come off, going to be catching out True there. The rush once again coming out from Crazy Monkey, but Linden going to retaliate with their own. Linden is going to continue defending its point as they do go to attack next.
Wow.
That is a little scary.
Hopefully we survived.
Oh no.
Hold on.
Please.
Please. Hold on.
Technical difficulties.
Tokyo, you can still
No.
hear us, right? Okay.
It's a
Okay,
game.
yeah.
It's a game.
Hey, we're back though. And I guess at least it happened. At least it happened within the at the very end. Yeah.
I think. Let me see. Should maybe just be able to. Of course, none of them have joined game on.
Well, I think the lobby is set to invite only.
Oh, yeah. I guess that would make sense. Can we get a show match going? Oh, I've been thinking. I gotta come up with some like. Who's been like really busted? Vendetta.
Vendetta was really busted.
She's nerfed now. How do we feel about the nerfs?
It's the nerfs. I don't think they did anything. They
I
did,
don't think they.
but they just buffed her. I don't know if you saw. There's a patch notes yesterday, and they buffed Vendetta. They buffed Hog. And I think there was 2 more buffs. I don't remember who.
What's everyone's favorite arcade mode?
Arcade mode? Mystery Heroes.
Mystery Heroes is pretty fun. Low key, I've been having fun with like that 3v3 like deathmatch.
4v4 deathmatch.
Or yeah, that's what it is. It's a good warm up.
I don't think I have any time on that game mode.
I don't know. I just selected it because it seemed funny. Or the custom games. I really like One Dad versus 11 Kids.
That is okay. That's
It's
actually
really fun.
goated. That's like the OG.
It is. It's so much fun to play while you're in queue. Especially sometimes these queues be taking like 25 minutes. I do not got the attention span for that.
Ooh, I don't know if you've played it, but there's Pictionary and the custom games, and that gets really fun playing with friends in the middle of queue.
So our whispers just aren't working, so it really is just an Overwatch issue.
Were you guys?
I guess
able to
I'll
get
go
back
and-
in the lobby?
No. I'm gonna go and whisper to them in real life. I guess. I don't know.
Okay, well. What role do we think the next hero is gonna be? Because they're
What
doing
role?
the release like one hero every season.
I think it's gonna be the tank that was shown in the leak. You see, the big tank. I don't know what.
I think I know who that is.
You do?
I did some
Who do you
digging.
think
I
it is?
did some digging. There's like this really big, like beefy guy. He's like an Omnic. I did
An
some digging.
Omnic?
I did some digging and some cinematics, and I found it. If you look like really close in their cinematics, they put a lot of Easter eggs in them, and I think it was like the Calling All Heroes one. It's one where Winston like he talks to like Tracer and them and sends out like the
Reaper, or it's the one who when he fights Doomfist,
yeah, I think Reaper.
or is it the newer Overwatch 2 one?
I think it's Reaper. I think it's Reaper. But when it like goes through all the heroes that he's contacting, and then it gets to like Tracer or something like that, like they flash like 10 different characters across the screen.
Yeah.
And Sojourn was actually one of them. This was like 2017 or 2018.
Yeah, I think there was a couple characters leaked by that.
Yo, can we get Mama Hong in the game? Do you know who Mama Hong is?
No, I do not.
She's like this little old
Who is
lady, and
that?
she's got like a broom.
Is
She's
it
Mama
a
Hong.
design? Have they leaked?
Yeah.
it, or-
I'm pretty sure she's like actually like she's one of the picture things too.
We are so back.
Yay!
We are so back.
The server's dying.
Do I have to be put into spectator myself?
They have to do it. They have to.
Or
They
yeah,
have to
that's what
put
I
you
meant.
in spec all.
I wonder if we'll see the Doomfist again. He was doing a lot on the Doomfist there.
I mean, this tank player really knows how to just take up space, which is, I mean, that's like rule one.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
scary,
I've
man.
seen Keys. I know Keys. He's been a high champ player for a long time, and he's in my lobbies as well.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, he's definitely very experienced at the game.
I feel like Michigan just like spawns some of the craziest like Overwatch players. We have like a lot of like players that are just on the top 500 leaderboard from Michigan.
Might need like an esports org that's based in Michigan that isn't
Yo,
progressive
wait.
immortals.
$1 billion idea. Let's start an esports org.
$1 billion?
Gajillion dollars.
I'm pretty sure every organization loses money.
Yeah, I mean, we would lose money, but we would lose money at not the worst rate. Maybe.
Yeah.
But-
Maybe.
So technically we're up.
Like we would we would just like, yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
esports is a
you know how it
movement though
is.
since the Overwatch League.
We are becoming the new space station, guys.
Oh man.
Well, space station is still a thing, so I don't know if we can become the new space station.
We're becoming
No,
the
but
better
like,
space station.
okay, there you
The
go.
better space station.
I like
Okay.
that. Yeah,
The better space station?
we could do that. Yeah.
Yo, where's everyone going?
Not sure.
What's happening?
They're all leaving the
I
lobby.
think they transferred
Oh, I
lobbies.
think they might have. Did they finish the map without us?
No, I was there.
Are you sure? They got offline.
Yeah, it might have just been a really quick map because they only needed to cap 1 tick on first point. They might have finished the map without us.
There is no shot. I mean, there is a shot,
It
but
could have
like,
just lasted a little under a minute and before you got there.
that's not even a little under a minute. That's so. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well.
Well,
Linden won 3-0. We will be back for the finals, and unfortunately, I don't know when, but it'll be Linden versus whoever ends up winning the lower bracket. So that's exciting. Single knockout Elim, by the way. So if you're out, you're out. It's either going to be Charlotte, I believe that's how you say their name, or Rockford. But we will be right back. Like I said, I don't know when, but don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss this finals map where we crowned who will be your spring 2026 state champ. Hello everybody, and we are back bringing you the 2026 MiHSEF State Finals. This will determine who is going to be our winner tonight. But for our matchup today, we are going to have Linden versus Rockford, and we are going to be getting on into it here shortly. We have already done our map and bands here, but it does look like for our first map we are going to be going to a staple, which is Lijiang Tower, and I did not quite see both bands, but I do know there was a Reinhardt band that did come out here, but we are about to get right on.
I think the other band was Reaper, right?
I think so.
I wonder if they banned the Rhine because they watched the previous game.
The spawn holds go crazy, but we got both teams here selecting their. We are going to have Rockford on this red team and Linden on this blue team here. Looks like we are possibly going to be going for a TP out of spawn from Nezelfam, or possibly we are going to stick to Symmetra. Going to be seeing this Wu Yang Kiri, which we saw in our previous match, and the Bastion. And Keys is going to be on the Ramatra here, which we have not seen yet. Wife Lever, that is a crazy name. Going to be matching the Ramatra there, and going to see the classic Lucio Kiri alongside the Bastion Symmetra. It looks like we are going to be doing the TP out of spawn for Linden here, while Rockford's going to opt to teleport to point and stay the Symmetra here, giving them the upper hand on this point. Kratos, though, going to be getting the first opening pick onto Bastion. Keys following up onto Naskuk in a second onto Frog, but Wife Lever going to trade it right back. Keys with a fourth and a fifth, getting so greedy with the kills there, just absolutely dominating Rockford. Linden is going to be taking possession of at this point first.
Yeah, with almost mirrored comps, I think the only difference is Linden has the Pharaoh, which gives them the advantage with poke.
We are going to be seeing TP onto point once again. Bash is going to be getting absolutely melted up by Linden there. Raid is going to need to be very careful. Does end up getting picked out by Wife Lever there, but the picks from Linden are just superior. They are doing so much here. This Wu Yang almost falling does barely manage to sustain there. Both teams quickly approaching ults already, while Linden approaches 40% capture progress on this point.
Linden is closer to every single one of their ults, so they're most likely going to try to play faster here.
Nezelfam already with an early opening pick there for the team, prevents Rockford from being able to get a successful fight off, as they do now have to wait for their Lucio. Gonna have that Pharah Barrage and Ramatra ult come online already. We are gonna see that Barrage come out, catching three, a huge 3K for Nezelfam there. Gonna be lots of value for the team. Already 65% on this point. Rockford really needs to look to make an attempt to touch point.
I think it's with one more fight left, it's looking like Linden has a really good advantage, with Rockford only being 60 to 2 of their ults.
We are going to see this TP onto point. Once again, going to see that Ramatra ult come out from Keys here, as the rest of Linden does end up following up onto it. Going to be seeing that Wu Yang ulti come out as well, just for the aura points. Once again, going to still have 2 ults on line for Linden and 2 on line for Rockford. Very, very close to the rest of them. But we do opt for a close rush here alongside this Bastion ult to try and drone out the scene and create lots of space as they do spawn hold once again. Linden does take capture point 1.
You know, I'm surprised they didn't go like a ball there to try and get a retouch, have another fight. They just stayed on all their characters.
Ready for battle.
And we are going to be going to capture objective 2 with a little bit of a comp swap, possibly. Does not look like it. Nezelfam most likely just going to be TPing out of spawn here once again.
Yeah, most likely TP out of spawn and go back to the Pharah and just keep up their poke and just get the early picks.
Capture the objective.
Yep, and it does look like we are going to be seeing that swap back onto Pharah. We are going to be seeing the TP on point, though, from Rockford. Going to be looking to get that upper hand in the fight once again, as they do have that point possession. Nezzlefam, though, with an early pick onto the Kiriko. Going to be very big for the team. Really just trying to look for a few more. Nezzlefam with a second pick on to Frost. Bastion ends up falling to Nezzlefam. And Nezzlefam with a fourth and almost a fifth, but Keys stealing that 5k for Nezzlefam. Just stealing the thunder.
Yeah, with the Pharah, Linden has the advantage if the other team takes point. They have way better sight lines with Pharah being able to just play around coast and then going for pinches.
It looks like we are going to be seeing Frost swap off that Symmetra onto an on-run. I think a bit of an interesting swap given what comp they are playing into. But we do have this Pharah barrage already almost on a line. Frost going to have to be really careful of this. Pharah does end up getting taken down, though. We are going to see this barrage come out, almost catching out the Ramatra, but does end up taking the Kiriko with them. Keys just following up onto this backline. Unfortunately, not much Rockford can do that fight.
Keys is getting so much value on the Ram right now. He's just going in and killing 3 every single fight.
We are going to see that Ramatra ulti come online, maybe possibly be used right about here. Does not look like it. Just going to be looking for those neutral punches. The Ramatra ulti does come out from Rockford. It looks like going to be going on to that backline. Keys just looking to try and sustain with the rest of the team. Is going to end up popping that Ramatra ult to deal that extra damage onto the tank. 80% already on this capture objective for Linden. They are looking pretty strong right now with their defense, almost impenetrable.
Yeah, both teams are about even in ults too, so this is gonna be a close fight.
Rockford really going to need to look to touch with what resources they have. The Kitsune Rush is on a line. Do have to be very careful about getting picked out. The Suzu does end up getting forced out as the kit does come out to point. The Wu Yang ulti does also come out to help sustain, as well as the Kitsune from Linden here. He's going to be getting a pick alongside it, the Bastion. The Sombra really trying to look to touch, but unfortunately there is just not enough for the team.
Wow, Pharah is just so strong right now in this map. It's impossible to play into that.
Play of the game.
We're going to see the Nezzlefam 4K. We will be going to map 2 shortly as both teams do their bans. We are doing the face it ban system this time around, meaning each team can only ban one hero and it is role limited. So if one team bans a tank, that means the other team cannot ban a tank. But it looks like for this second map, we are going to be going to Runasapi for push. We haven't seen a push map yet, actually, today, so...
Yeah, I think it's because we're on face it maps now.
Maybe?
Is this the face it map pool? I think.
I mean, face it
yeah.
rules, maybe in terms of bans, but I have no
think it's
idea.
just ban
map
rules.
pool? Just ban rules.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure on like the on the exact map pool here, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, regardless, the Runasapi is you know,
I kind of like Runasapi.
it's a nice decision.
It's fun. It's another really strong Pharah map, so I think it'd be really good if Rockford bans their Pharah right here.
Yeah. definitely going to be a target. As I mean, Nuzzlefam repeatedly just, causing havoc with it.
I
I
mean,
mean,
just
honestly,
complete
way better
disparity
to
on
just
the brand.
perma-ban it, if anything.
I mean, you can't play it on some maps. That's why I'm surprised they pick Runesapi.
Yeah,
Instead of playing
I guess
fair
it
map.
is it's limiting in some ways. I do wonder what else.
So what's everyone's favorite map?
Favorite map.
Oh, favorite map.
I don't know what mine is, but like I said, I really like Circuit.
Yeah, no, just slide me Arctic Peninsula.
No way!
Oh no,
You're joking,
lying.
right? That's like the worst map in the game. Even after they reworked it, it's still the worst map in the game.
No, it really is. It's I just in terms of like, because all I have are like the OG maps. I think Hollywood is like it like
Ooh.
reminds me of home, but it's
Ooh.
it's like not great.
Bring back Volskaya! I miss Volskaya.
I don't know. I really like Lijiang. I feel like maybe it's a little overplayed, but I feel like I have fun playing it every single time we scrim.
I really don't like Lijiang, but Lijiang's one of my better maps.
You know, I don't mind Temple of Anubis.
I didn't hate Temple of Anubis. Or Hanamura. Hanamura wasn't terrible.
I feel like, yeah.
Yo, wasn't there just Paris for a bit?
There was Paris for a little bit.
It was so
yeah.
bad. It was so bad. Like, they had to take it out of comp. It was so bad. They just haven't brought it back since.
Was that like during like the lull of Overwatch, like the really?
Was
like...
it the end of Overwatch that Paris
That was the end of Overwatch 2. That was one of the last updates they did right before
right before
Echo.
Overwatch 2.
Or it might have been the same as Echo. Which
Nuts.
was 3 years before Overwatch 2 or 2. No
Yeah,
updates during that time.
Let's be careful talking about too many years, okay? This is it's if we start talking a little too more like we're starting to touch towards long term. I'm a little terrified once we get into the double digits.
Yeah, I feel old whenever I tell people how long I've been playing Overwatch. I'm like, great grandpa.
It's an old game.
It is.
Such an old game.
I've been playing for like almost 10 years. I'm like Unk, man.
What has it been out for 10 years now?
I mean,
2016.
I played 10 years ago, yeah. That was
His beta started 2015.
yeah.
Okay, I like these
I've been playing
bands.
this game for too long. What are the bands?
We are gonna have a Farah ban from Rockford, and Linden is gonna be banning Lucio.
It's gonna be a
I
big
think we
change.
might see a Zarya Vendetta from Linden.
Ooh.
Especially with the Lucio ban. Or maybe a Maga.
Fire comp.
I mean, we've just seen so much Lucio this entire bracket, right? Like, this is going to be so interesting.
Support comp is basically almost always exclusively Lucio Kiri. It's kind of sad.
Well, I mean, even last game, maybe they just don't have a Lucio player. Because last game they were on Wii and Kiriko.
Oh, yeah, you know, that could be it as well.
Didn't even wait for me to type R. It just went.
All right, we are going to be going into map 2 here. Runesapi for push with the current score 1-0 in favor of Linden. And as I said, for these bans, we do have Linden banning out that Lucio and that Farah being banned out by Rockford. We've seen that Farah be very, very oppressive last round and get so much value from Linden. But, we gotta fix the bans. Good thing you transitioned.
Yeah,
NA prod. Wait, NA lobby host, I guess. But
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Not
this isn't
me
us. This isn't
time.
us.
Thank goodness I don't have to also set the match. Imagine that.
Dude, when I do like casting, sometimes they'll make me like put the lobby up and do the bans, and I'm like, dude, I'm too dyslexic to do this. Like, I can't read the names. They're just all in a straight line. I have to like take my finger and point at the screen and like read across. It's so bad.
There's already so much to think about, so
There really is.
I can understand that.
Yeah,
when we're
Overwatch
put in
is
the
a very
position we're put in.
overstimulating game.
All right, here we go. Dude,
We are back in. Do I hit him with the whole shebang again? All right, everybody, and we are back for this map 2. We are going to be going to Runasapi with the current score 1-2-0 in favor of Linden. Both teams have already done their bans, and we do have them correct this time. We are going to see Linden banning out this Lucio, and as for Rockford, we are going to see them banning out that Pharah, which was quite oppressive last match. But both teams are currently selecting their comps and getting set up, and we are very close to being right on into it. All right, we got some quite interesting comps here going. What do you think about this, Tokyo?
I love to see the fire comp. I think it's one of the most fun comps to play. It's the ball bastion is
a
interesting.
choice.
We saw it on Li Jiang last round, and they did execute it very well.
I'm really curious to see the ball Sombra again, as we did see it played last match and end up getting banned out. It was quite strong, and that first run of Lijiang Tower we saw from Linden, but it does look like that they are opting to wrap around the back. He's already with an early pick onto Frost, onto the back line of Frog, going to be trading it right back up onto that Wu Yang, and Raidus almost burning that Maga, does end up falling, but Nizzlefam able to follow right back up and trade it right back out. Now onto this Onran. This Onran falling very, very low. Keys does end up taking out 2 more. This dive by Linden just too strong at Bastion. Gonna end up falling to that hack, and Keys cleaning it right up.
Wow, yeah, they punished their Kiriko for being out of position. I think if Rockford plays together, plays as a 5, they have a chance at countering this ball.
I think the hope was really high for Rockford there until, I mean, it was Linden just super precise on that punish.
We are going to be seeing this Onran in the back line. The Reaper going to be able to follow up with it. That Onran just barely surviving, getting a good Suzu there and stuff. Just unfortunately accepting their defeat. Nizzlefam getting run down up by that Maga. It does look like Keys is going to opt to just leave the scene. Rockford now going to be...
They executed that perfectly. They played together, punished the ball for slamming in.
Rockford now going to be taking possession of this bot here. Going to be almost caught up with Linden. It looks like the ball is going to look to stall out this point. He's unfortunately getting stuck on that car. Got to be careful where you're driving on that character. Does give a lot of free space for Wife Lever to go in there. That Reaper able to follow right up with them. Frost gonna TP out as that Sombra is in the back line, very, very close to that EMP. And looks like Keys is going to opt to mirror this Maga here as well, swapping off of ball. We are going to see that EMP come out. Keys going to be slamming in, looking to find some value. Nizzlefam able to get a pick onto Frost. Very huge for the team, especially with that Maga needing lots of sustain. Keys with a second kill on to Frog. Unfortunately, does end up falling to Wife Lever there. Nizzlefam with another kill for themselves in Raidus, cleaning it up onto the on-run there. It does look like Linden is going to be taking back possession of this bot.
Rockford is going to have a huge advantage here with having almost 5 ults compared to Linden's 1 or 2, coming up with Kiriko and Bastion.
I bet $5 on Maga Cage on Ron.
Yeah, I do think they're going to go for that. Maybe try to force out Suzu before they go in.
Looks like we are going to have a very big cage here. Not sure why we decided not to on-run ult, but that's okay. We did end up rushing instead here. Gonna be seeing Linden try to fight to keep escorting this bot. The on-run ulti now coming out for the res here. Nezzlefam still in the fight with this Wu Yang. This on-run is one. It's looking really scary for Nezzlefam right here as, oh my gosh, and they do end up getting the kill still onto the on-run and doesn't manage to still survive with just barely anything. We are going to have this Bastion ult come out from Radis as well as the EMP come out from a Nezzlefam. Does cause Rockford to have to kite. Lots of damage is being done by this team. Bastion does end up being taken out by Stealth, but Nezzlefam getting traded right back by the Kiri. Linden now is in possession of the lead. We do have Cage come out from Keys here, but just ends up getting melted. There's just too much damage being done by Rockford's Maga and Reaper.
Rockford finally able to just turn
almost everything.
Yeah, and
Rockford now they're back at an ult advantage, and they have the chance to take back the lead.
Yeah, I think it's super important here that Rockford is able to kind of actually dig their claws into this one. And I mean, it's exceptionally close. They have an opportunity to push over this checkpoint, but also try and get right above Linden here. But these final moments are really, or these next moments are going to be pretty important here, as just an insane amount of damage coming out from Linden.
As I mentioned earlier, those angles that Linden are taking are very scary. They just have much more superior positioning and are able to do a lot more damage because of that. We still do have
With
quite a
Nezzlefam
few.
coming up with an EMP, we're gonna see an EMP this fight, maybe even a rush.
We do see that rush come out from Stealth here. Not going to have any ults come out from the side of Rockford. We are going to have a little bit of a late on-run ult come off as the fight was already won for Linden here. That Wu Yang bubble is going to come off once again for the aura points. Linden once again going to be taking possession of this bot.
Next fight is looking pretty even, but I think if they go for a Maga Cage and Reaper ult, it just gets EMP'd and everything gets shut down. I think that's what Linden is trying to play for here.
Yeah, I think Linden has an opportunity to really lock this one in. I mean, realistically, I think what Rockford needs is a pick.
It looks like we are going to see both cages come out here as well as the EMP. It is going to be a much bigger cage for Linden here. There is 3 minutes remaining on the clock as both teams have essentially passed this initial checkpoint here. The on-round does end up getting picked off quite early by Nezzlefam once again. It is a battle of the Magas to see who comes out on top. Keys is going to prevail as Linden does keep pushing ahead in this fight. They are very close to this final checkpoint. We are going to see the Bastion ulti come out from Radis in a good Reaper ult from Bastion here. Going to be able to stop some of that momentum that Linden has. He's now stuck behind. Going to be looking to run through and do some damage and build that ulti back up. Linden going to be getting a few picks of their own despite being down initially at the beginning of the fight. And it looks like Linden is going to opt to get out as best as they can.
Yeah, I think that's a good get out for Linden. They can now just play it to their advantage. They have the lead. Just take the fights they want.
He's going to be securing 3 picks of their own once again. Linden going to look to push back. And like I said, it's so hard to deal with when the whole team is just essentially wrapped around you, but we do have that cage come out, catching 2, and that does do it for map 2, bringing the current score to 2-0 in favor of Linden.
Yeah, I mean, that map, it started out strong for Rockford. They played the Maga, but once Linden matched it, they just played their comp but better.
We are going to see the Sombra play of the game at Nezzle Fam catching out 3. But same as always, we are going to be having both teams choose their bans, and it will be a Rockford's map pick for this third map here.
Yeah, I mean, it
What
was
did you
just
think of the Maga on run?
the Maga on run. Yeah.
Okay.
Think about it.
So I don't think they played it right, so it was kind of a little disappointing. Maybe that's just from like what I've seen.
Yeah, I think a big thing with that comp is having the Kiriko ban. I think with having to ban Farah, it's just really hard to play that comp into Suzu.
Well, it's also just like a communication thing. It didn't seem like the Honor and Maga were quite playing together.
Like the alt timings.
Well, not just that. It's Maga that originally wants to like ignite them, right? And then Onron like continues the burn, I guess. Technically, that's what it is, right, Tokyo?
And because Maga can burn really easily with one of his chain guns, and then Onron could go in with her fan and 2-tap people with her yeah.
Because it does like enhanced damage because of the burning, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's that sort of combo where you really have to tend to it, right? Like, that is like such a massive portion of damage that you could be missing out on, right? So, it's pretty critical.
Yeah. I think Rockford also just played way too passive on the Maga.
What are these map picks?
What did we
Junkertown!
Junkertown. I could see that. Linden has been playing a lot of ball. Junkertown is one of ball's better maps.
They banned ball.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
this was Rockford's pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say it being from Rockford.
Oh, wait,
it
yeah,
just
Rockford's pick too. Huh.
It makes a lot of sense, I think. And of course, yeah, needing to ban out that ball. Of course, it's
Junkertown is definitely worse than Midtown, I think.
And we've seen both today.
I've seen a lot of interesting maps today. Like, who chooses Pariso and organized gameplay?
We saw Pariso, yeah.
That's pretty sick. I mean, you know, despite it maybe working against one team or another.
We're banning Zenyatta.
Oh, wow. All right.
I think we might see like a Hog or a Maga then with the Zenyatta ban.
I think if that was the motive, they would have preferred to ban Ana, not Zen.
Yeah.
Zen's pretty strong.
I don't know. I mean, sure.
Yeah. It's a real ban.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just we'll say that.
Mercy. It could be Mercy.
That's true.
You could say Mercy's a real ban.
But could it be? I suppose.
Dude.
Right. Yeah.
We
saw the Junkrat though. We saw the Junkrat, Lijiang Tower.
Dude.
Right? Like, and it especially in that first choke point, it kind of is pretty punishing, right?
Apparently, the Mercy is a real ban. Why are my comp teammates banning Mercy in my comp games? We're high elo players. What are we doing?
That is.
I really
hope
we see the Doomfist here from Linden again.
That would be so
heat. To watch.
Yeah, was it also Keys on that Doom?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, I think it definitely. I mean, you definitely saw the pure experience there, and I think Doomfist does require a certain kind of brain, you know. Like I think it's just, you know.
I look, you just press buttons.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, you're just such an exposed tank. You know what I mean? Like
Doomfist
it.
is one of the harder tanks, but if you could execute it, like
Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen like Zebra play or um who is it? Cardi Fan. Those are both really good Doom players that can 1v5 a lobby.
yeah. I mean, the Doomfist at a high level just looks impressive, like 100%.
Have you seen the jump tech?
The jump tech.
Yeah, like they got tech, man. They'll send
I see.
themselves like flying. It's crazy.
Has Overwatch ever had a problem like with like clipping into the geometry or anything?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I
'Cause I
don't
think
think so either.
in certain games, you know,
So,
you can.
I mean, there's like I've seen like people just like disappear off the map.
That's pretty funny.
Like they'll just like end up through the map, and it's like, oh, okay, goodbye.
Yeah,
Although,
there
you know,
used to
not
be some
exploitable,
bugs
I
where you
guess.
just fall through the floor.
Yeah.
They have
Oh,
also
yeah.
added it a couple times where you could get to the skybox, which is interesting.
That is pretty wild. Um, and yeah, I mean, Linden already just soaring currently. Rockford, they have two chances
Or
to
joke.
really lock it back in. But I think Rockford, they have the ability to really contest Linden. But the second Linden gets a respawn, I feel like sometimes Rockford just not quite ready for the counterattack. And I think we've still yet to see Rockford actually fight off a Linden counterattack, like as deftly as Linden has to Rockford, right? We have
Mhm.
yet to see a team kill on that side, and so it is it's just gonna take a lot more uh from Rockford here to really try and pull that one out, really give themselves some room. I mean, sometimes you don't want the team kill, right? Like sometimes you do want the enemy to stagger a bit, but I think once again, Linden, a very difficult team to do that too as well.
I think a lot of the threat here really does just come from Nizzlefam and Keys. I did get to talk to both players, and they both are face-up players, so they do have lots of experience with organized team play. But we are getting into this map 3 with the current score 2-0. We should zoom in on that koala. Look up. Look at the koala. But we are going to have Linden on the defense and Rockford on the attack to start us off. Would you like to talk a little bit more about the comps and what we should be seeing here, Tokyo?
Yeah, I really like the monkey from Rockford. I think they can look to take really aggressive fights, going with monkey bubble, and then from Linden's side, they have the Sigma and Widow. They're just gonna try to slow the game down, try to poke them out, get a free pick. I think it would be interesting to see the Widow duel. We have not
I'm
seen
excited.
that today.
It's always, especially like on the start here, the Junkertown start, seeing the Widow duel. I mean, that's really what we're gonna try and keep our eyes on here, because I mean these picks are pretty major.
What is
You saw that, right?
I don't even. Ooh.
What if I see?
What? It looks like Wreck Dragon is going to be winning that one with the crazy positioning we've seen from the Widowmaker.
I mean, that was just
kinda...
one of the longer Widow 1v1s I've seen.
We're going back up. Ooh. He's going to be securing 2 kills. Wreck Dragon cleaning up that Widow duel again. Superior on the Widow, it looks like.
I mean, yeah, they're just gonna have a really hard time pushing this until one of the Widows gets a pick, and then that'll decide who wins the fight.
Both Widows fighting back and forth for this pick onto each other. It really does come down to this. Rockford really just looking for some pick damage. Wife Lever gonna be getting that kill onto Wreck Dragon. That means it is go time for the team to jump in and secure some picks. Wife Lever unfortunately falling very low with that pick. Nezelfam with 2 kills for themselves. Linden just able to dismantle what momentum Rockford did have on this fight.
Well, Nezelfam got 4 that fight and he's able to farm OC really early with that.
It looks like we are going to see Nasketic, a bit of a difficult name to say. We are going to be seeing them swap off that Widowmaker onto the Freya. Going to be looking to deal with that monkey a little bit more. Both supports are unfortunately getting jumped in the back line here, really just looking to try and sandwich and sustain as much as they can. There is going to be quite a few picks coming off from both teams. Wife Lever almost managing to escape, does get taken down, and Linden once again just cleaning up this fight. A minute and 20 seconds remain on the clock for Rockford to be able to escort this point.
Yeah, I think if Linden just spreads out their ult, makes it into 2 fights, they could easily take this, hold this on first.
We are going to see that Wu Yang ulti come out to help us sustain. Does not end up catching any value, unfortunately. 2 kills are down for Rockford here. Key's able to trade 1 back. We do see the Primal get popped by Wife Lever here to try and clean up that backline. Nezelfam going to end up falling. Wreck Dragon with 1 pick of their own, but that Freya going to end up getting that final blow onto the Widowmaker. Linden is going to have to look to attempt to touch with some ults. It looks like we are going to see the Sigma ulti come out. Not going to be catching anyone with it, unfortunately. Wife Lever, though, going to end up falling to Nezelfam. We do have that Juno Orbital come out from Frost to help the team sustain. Bastion going to end up getting rocked there. That Freya ulti does come out, catching out 3. A huge Freya ult for Rockford here. Keys, though, going to be trading it back with help of that Kitsune rush. Does end up falling to that Freya. The Freya just on fire, 0.29 meters. And unfortunately for Linden, they are all going to be falling here. Rockford is going to continue escorting this payload to the second checkpoint here.
I mean, but that's such an important touch, right? I think for Rockford here, I mean, it's a sign of life that is absolutely needed, and so much more time to get themselves a good strategy to keep breaking Linden down here. And with the ults in tow, they do have a few strategies to try and keep Linden away. Bastion getting up close and personal.
Gonna see Keys swap onto that Winston. We are gonna have the Reaper ulti popped by Rockford, but we are also gonna see that OC popped by Linden. Gonna be finding 2 in help assist, taking down a Wife Lever there. Linden once again gonna be owning this fight and taking in their space.
Wife Lever decided to swap off the Monkey duel and go D.Va right away, knowing that D.Va's just so strong and the Monkey being able to counter dive him.
Gonna be seeing still a few of these ults online for Rockford. Gonna be seeing that Freya once again, as well as this Coalescence be ready to help support or damage the team however needed. The Freya does end up getting an opening pick here, which does allow Wife Lever to be able to move in on that back line and help create some space. Nezelfam getting the trade though back onto that Freya, gonna be very important as that Freya ulti was online. Both teams really just trying to look to do what damage they can and find what picks may be necessary. Bastion really just trying to look to play a point pusher here and knock down this monkey. Does end up falling to Nezelfam here, and Wife Lever kind of just being forced out, is forced to grab that Mega and get out, is attempting to eat this damage for the team, but that monkey ulti is going to be popped and is going to allow for space to be made onto the backline, and Wife Lever here going to be getting it de-mech'd and juggled by this Winston.
Wow. He's just so good on the Winston. He just juggled 3 people in one corner. Those staggers are huge too. He made it only 1 fight. There's now 4 ults versus 4 ults, or 4 ults versus 3 ults.
And I mean, when you have that Reaper fall, I mean, Keys can just pull up completely unpunished. There's no more fear remotely. And for this Winston, I mean, that fight was absolutely imperative. And now it's just the swift dismantling of Rockford here from Linden. Getting a little up close, a little too close, but I think Linden feeling very secure here.
Feltress got victimized. They had Suzu and didn't throw it. That's so sad.
Wow, that was an insane OC by Nezel. He got 5 people on his own.
Switching sides.
But we are going to be having both teams switching sides with...
Initiating match.
Never mind. I'm too tired. I lost my train of thought.
No, that's fair.
I think we could see maybe a Doom or a Monkey coming from Linden here, and then I would like to see another Monkey or Diva from Rockford.
Yeah, what I find so impressive is the fact that I think Linden has continuously just been able to...
We're on Reinhardt Junkrat.
Okay, sure. That's...
Oh, okay, okay. That's
Okay,
a little
okay.
bit better.
That makes a lot more sense. And
Okay, wait.
Alright, wait.
Hear me out. We're running like the sim brawl comp. Have you seen like on circuit where like your sim just essentially just like teleports your whole team and you're like Reinhardt, Bastion, stuff like that. You just full brawl it.
Just in their faces,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Wow.
They are still a work in
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
don't
the
think
thing...
Rockford will be expecting it, especially with on Domino. Ryan could just run down the Domino so easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would just love to see the immediate TP onto this Domina. Oh.
See what happens, Nezel. Oh, well,
They're
wow,
being
they're
sneaky.
very sneaky here.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh my goodness.
They're actually sneaky.
You've got to be joking me. Okay,
Okay, I
they've
like
been
this.
spotted.
I like this idea.
A little bit of a solid snake moment here for Linden.
And they're gonna get that TP. Oh, yep. Okay, I love to see. Oh,
Oh no.
we did not take TP, guys. That is okay. Just gonna be kind of a stalemate for Linden, as unfortunately they did not end up taking that TP. Rockford gonna continue to hold their space here, but Wreck Dragon gonna be getting a kill. Frost and Frog though, trading it back with a little extra.
Yeah, that stagger onto, another pick from Bash.
Looks like we are going to see Keys swap onto this Monkey, realizing not going to get much value on that Reinhardt into this comp. Nezel fam going to be opting to swap onto the Tracer to assist with those dives with Monkey. Going to be looking to go for that back line. He's already being taken out by Wife Lever, was annihilated pretty quickly, which does allow the Domina to get on to this backline here and force out some abilities. Nezel fam with a kill on to the Ashe, but Frost trading it right back.
I don't know how much I agree with the Monkey pick here. I think it's really hard to play Monkey into Domino.
It does look like we are going to see Bastion falling. Both teams once again at a stalemate, but Nezel fam going to be in that backline. He's able to follow right back up. Wife Lever not trading it out without... Oh my gosh. Not going down without a fight. Nezel fam following up with the pulse bomb and Keys with that final blow. Once again, Linden is quickly approaching this first capture point, and it does not look like anyone from Rockford is going to be able to stop the payload.
Nezel fam alone really just picked out their backline there. He got 3 getting kills back to back on the Tracer.
I think now it's just really up to Rockford to find a way to just hold Linden down on this choke, as Key's already getting so far in. With Nezel fam to assist on this Tracer, it's just very hard to really acquire a good target if you're Rockford here.
It looks like we are going to be seeing quite a few ults come out here. Bastion with a phenomenal cleanup onto Keys. We are going to see that Alari ult come out and force out that Wu Yang ult from Totally Human there. MiHSEF with 2 kills for themselves, able to keep this momentum going here. Frost kind of in an awkward situation here, making contact with this Widow. It is just Frost on this point, stalling out. This Domina might be the last chance. We do see the Pulse Bomb stick come out, but the Domina ulti does come out onto Linden, as well as a Sojourn ult being popped by Bastion. They really do need to look to clean up these last few picks. The Sojourn does end up falling as High Noon is popped here by Nastic. But for Linden, they are going to keep this momentum going, and that is going to give them the 3rd win of this series, bringing the score 3-0.
Oh my goodness. I mean, MiHSEF
He
just
did so much.
yeah. Such a consistent player on these eliminations all the time. Even towards the end of Junkertown, I think having that Tracer really deal just so much damage. I think a bit of a triple kill there also, that was, not quite picked up by the play of the game either, but it was just a lot of damage done by this player, for absolute sure, in terms of those eliminations.
28 final blows is a little crazy, by the way.
Yeah, I think what Rockford is struggling with, they're not actually making a fight plan. They're just trying to continue one big fight, and it's just not, instead of multiple small fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate having to turn things around at such a difficult spot, as Linden now at match point, I mean championship point here, to take MiHSEF state finals spring for Overwatch, the trophy on the line, but it's so much that they have to kind of fight against. And I mean, it's entirely possible that, they find themselves in that reverse sweep, but they have to make such massive drastic changes, as Linden currently are just able to find so much of like this target acquisition and really break down exactly what they need to do. And unfortunately for Rockford, I think sometimes, like Tokyo's been saying, the entirety of the plan kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I think they're really good at pre-game planning, because every single one of their first fights have always looked really good. They start the game out good, and then they just struggle to adapt.
That, and like I said, Rockford just is not taking the best angles, and a lot of them just seem to be stuffing all down the same way, which just kind of ends up putting them in really awkward situations. But we are going to have Rockford once again in the map here, as both teams do determine what they want to ban. I don't believe we've had any yet.
Do we have a
Yeah,
map pick yet?
We do not.
No, I think, I mean, I think for Rockford, right? I mean, just having to really discuss, like, guys, how are we gonna do this? Like, we have an opportunity here. There's still one map between them and the trophy, right? And having to really confront that, be able to, figure out what's going wrong within these kind of next 5 minutes. It is a daunting task, but feeling like the game is slipping out of your hands, it kind of the feeling sinks in, especially when you're put at match point like this.
The
Yeah, I
reverse
do
sweeps
think
are
they could
possible.
they are always possible. I do think they should maybe just try a fun comp. Go back Bastion, or Bastion and Cat, and just try something silly. Try to see what works.
Right. It does look like we do finally have some picks coming out here. We are going to New Junk City for inferior Flashpoint map, but you know what? It's still better than Atlas, so I'll take it. Are going to be seeing the Ramatra ban come out from Rockford here. We have seen that Ramatra be oh my gosh. We have seen the Ramatra played by Keys, and he's always does so much work on this tank. It's really hard to be able to adapt to that, but we do have Linden, what they are going to be banning next. My brain is Swiss cheese.
No, that's real. It's been definitely definitely a bit of a day here. I mean, as many of these players, I mean,
It's been very interesting games.
yeah, for absolute sure. And I mean, having to go through a single elim bracket like this, the pressure is up for these players, and every single decision here now for Rockford, I mean, this is Linden's game to lose. For Rockford, it is just a very, very tough spot, but at the same time, every decision they make here, they make it with confidence. Things
I
can
like this
flip
ban.
over.
I like this ban a lot. We got a Kiriko ban.
I agree with this ban. I think Kiri is so good right now, and it's boring.
Kiri's always good, and it makes me so mad. It's always Kiri. You don't get a choice. Like that's all you just play.
I don't think she's been bad since the release of Overwatch 2.
She hasn't. She's been hard meta since.
Yeah.
Low key, let's get an Ana going.
Low key Rico.
What map are they on?
No? Okay.
New Junk City.
New Junk City.
I just want to see Ana. I like Ana.
I feel like Unk for that. That's that, not the head shake immediately after.
Brown.
Insane. Yeah, we'll see what Rockford's got up their sleeves here. Because we're going from Junkertown to New Junk City, staying in the Junk Peninsula for now.
I would like to have a very serious conversation with whoever is picking these maps from Rockford. By the way, you're a little strange.
I wonder what the voting.
You're more than a little
like.
strange, actually. This is really weird.
Yeah, well, I think, once again, it is kind of like this, like off-meta feel, right? And I guess in terms of, trying to put a team like Linden on their heels, or at the very least kind of incorporate as many different variables as possible for them to deal with. I suppose, a map like that, as long as, it's very practiced by Rockford, then, it would only benefit you. But
That's
yeah,
true.
definitely an interesting series of maps.
I think they're just trying to confuse Linden. Put them get them out of their comfort zone. Yeah, I am confused.
I'm confused.
I think we're all a little confused by what's been played.
I like the bans. At least the bans are normal, but we should be getting on into it very shortly here. I think we're just waiting on a few players.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think just waiting on players for the ready check here, but of course, once again, Rockford up against the ropes. Linden High School match point, championship point, and is going to take a lot to stop this momentum, but it is very possible. We've seen Rockford be able to deal blows to Linden and hold their own. It's just about whether they can kind of have that endurance throughout an entire map and actually take one of these and get themselves on the board.
All right, it does look like Rockford is readying up here shortly, so we are going to be going on into it as soon as Linden lets us in. Please let us in.
Yeah, I mean, this very well could be the last map of the series, but once again, you can't count your chickens. Not yet. Not before they hatch.
That's true.
So, see what happens here.
Low key, let's get the cat bashing going.
I
Yeah,
do think
yeah.
they should pull out a cat bastion. I think they should do something silly. Maybe a Reinhardt sim. Just do something that's not normal.
Not normal,
Find
but
something that'll
still
work.
potent.
Still
You know.
good,
Still,
yeah.
yeah, still works. I wouldn't pull out like a Mercy Junkrat.
No, don't throw the game. Please don't throw the game.
Yo, can we get
Don't throw, but
a
find something silly.
Absolutely.
low key? Let's get the Ana Life Weaver going and then Nano the Life Weaver.
That might have to be the move.
They gotta run the cat Moira. If you
They
do it
the
right,
Cat
man,
Moira ball,
it's
could
deadly.
work.
It's deadly. All right, but we are getting into what could possibly be our last and final map that could possibly be declaring who your state champions are going to be tonight. We are going to New Junk City for Flashpoint here. We are going to be seeing Linden on the blue side here and Rockford on the red side here. Both teams are currently selecting their comps for what they'd like to play this round. Would you like to tell me a little bit more about what you're seeing here, Tokyo?
Well, I'm seeing a Junkrat from MiHSEF. You know, I kind of hope he comes out on it. I think it would be fun to see a Junkrat. From Rockford, we see a Queen. Queen's not played too much right now, but I think she can work into the meta.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You know, I'd love to see a Torbjorn, guys. Okay, and it
They're
looks like
running
we
out
we are actually going to be seeing a Junkrat being played by MiHSEF. You know what? It's definitely not the worst pick, especially with how this point is set up, being predominantly indoors. Going to be getting a lot of value on that Junkrat with the mines. Already lots of damage being come off by MiHSEF here, looking for these skill bombs. Frog and Bastion already falling pretty low, but going to be able to sustain with that Queen shout there, giving them some extra overhealth. Stealth going to be getting a pick on it to Bastion, but going to be getting traded out by that Baptiste. MiHSEF on it this off angle on a Junkrat. Going to be able to juggle the mines off the walls here. Picking out that Baptiste does end up falling to the skill orb there. Frog scared for their life, it looks like, but Key's able to clean it right up with Linden taking possession of this point first.
That was a really good pinch there by Linden. They had 3 people go left, 2 people go right, pinched in, got multiple picks, and had Rockford stuck behind a wall.
We are already going to see a pretty close Junkrat rip tire from MiHSEF here. Wife Weaver, though, going to be cleaning up 2 for themselves, and a Frog following up onto Raidus there. It is just going to be Totally Human and Keys left to defend this point here. Keys really just trying to get some poke damage off and build that ulti, and Totally Human looking to get out. Does end up getting finished up by the Baptiste there. Rockford is going to be regaining this point in a 75 to 20%.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the last fight here if Linden wins to take the point, and they're coming back with 3 ults compared to Rockford's 1, maybe 2.
We are going to be seeing that Junkrat Riptire come out and unfortunately not catch any value, but we are also going to see this result come out. Stealth and MiHSEF able to follow up. Bastion getting a trade onto Raidus here. It is going to be Rockford doing their best to try and fight for this point, but unfortunately it just gets torn apart. We are going to see Bastion just look to reset on this point, and Rockford needs to attempt to touch and get what full fight they can here.
Yeah, I think they're just going to play. Yeah, they're playing for the next point. They're going to the next point with 5 ults. They can play this well. If they get the first fight win, it's a lot easier on this map.
We are going to see Rockford have almost full ults ready here to fight this point.
It's gonna take a bit. This Frog, I'm just trying to stay on top of the heels, but Wife Lever completely caught out by this Junkrat, and Nezzlefam able to secure what's practically 5 eliminations with a series of grenades just going straight down the choke. Absolutely insane, and Linden handedly is able to put away Rockford in just such a massive team kill on that choke.
Wow, Nezzlefam is already at 2 tires by the time Rockford is. They haven't even used a single ult yet.
Just doing so much on this Junkrat, able to get so much value out of those chokes. We do have the Orisa ult come off with the Bastion bombs. Not going to be finding anything with it, though. Going to be seeing that Brig ulti also come out here, trying to look for some picks to help the team sustain. It is going to be a back and forth cap match once again, with both teams trading back those picks, but Keys going to be cleaning up too. That might be what Linden needs to keep possession of this point. Wife Lever being backed into this corner. There is nowhere for them to possibly go. Linden already 70% on this capture objective. It's looking pretty good for them. Rockford really going to need to look to use some of these ults in this upcoming fight if they want a chance at this flashpoint.
Yeah, but 10% left. I mean, it is looking dire. This finally a touch. The overtime starts, and another touch from Rockford, but not without losing 2 personnel. It's 3v5, 3v4, and it's so unfortunate as Bastion, the only one directly on the point. This overtime ticks down as the second flashpoint is captured by Linden, and unfortunately for Rockford, they've still yet to show that they can stay in this match.
I think they're struggling with using ults. They've been saving this Queen ult, their Co, their Reaper ult, and their Bat ult for the entire game. They've only used 1 OC.
I do agree. Saving your ult is just as bad as just throwing it out. However, I would love to see some used to engage this fight here, but we are going to see that Junkrat tire come out, going to be catching out 1, but Bastion going to be catching out 2 with that Reaper ulti. Keys trading it back, and Wife Lever following up with another Frog, finally popping that Coalescence to help the team sustain. Not really needed there, though. It does look like Rockford is going to be capturing this point first.
Yeah, I think that's a very good fight win for Rockford. They still have the ult advantage. If they win this next fight, they could bring it back and go for their reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but Wife Levers does have to use it, and unfortunately Bastion is already down, and it's going to be Rockford that needs to be able to really lock this one in here.
We are going to see this Orisa ult come out. Not going to be picking out anyone with the As the Baptiste window does end up coming out. Frog and a Frost both getting killed for themselves. Wife Lever following right up onto Nizzlefam. Keys, though, going to be taking down that Baptiste and Sojourn. And I believe, if I'm correct, Linden will be back to... They're about the same, actually. This point's in the middle of both their spawns.
Yeah, but Rockford so far able to hold. I mean, this is exactly what they need, and they might be able to give themselves what is basically, or what basically feels like the first objective point in the entire series. And I mean, it smells good for Rockford, and it's the little victories that build up into the big ones.
Yeah, it does, and they were able to save the Queen ult, which can lead. They could get a huge Queen ult here. No Kiriko's in the game, so he could just go for 5.
We are going to see multiple ults on a line for both teams, but Wife Lever and Frost going to be looking to open up this fight with 2 picks of their own. Totally Human going to be popping that Juno ult to help sustain. Kind of an awkward Juno ult, not in a very good spot. Keys, though, able to get a kill. But Bastion and Frog falling right up onto the supports, end up cleaning up the Orisa, and Rockford once again going to be taking possession of this point first, finally gaining their momentum in this match.
I mean, the hardest part
back
about...
up to 5 ults versus 3 or 4 now. They still have the ult advantage.
And with that ult advantage, I mean, even then, right, the hardest part about these games is actually ending them, and I think so far, I think Linden might be slipping up here.
We are going to be seeing that Rally as well as Orisa ulti come out here. Not going to be catching much value. That Death Blossom going to be popped by Bastion. Frog with the Coalescence. We did have lots of ults popped that fight. Rockford looking pretty good right now, having 70% on this point. And still that Baptiste window that is online. Would love to see that use this fight as it has been held all game.
Nezofam swapped to the Genji, maybe to try and brawl out their Reaper and Queen more, help his Orisa.
And we do see that window come out from the Baptiste as well as this Bastion ulti. Both supports for Linden gonna be picked off there. Kind of just dismantles the fight very quickly. He's though cleaning up 2 kills for themselves. Does end up touching the point, but does end up falling to Wife Lever there. That will be the second capture objective for Rockford, bringing us to the last capture objective of this map.
I mean, it doesn't get any closer than this.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
gonna be an even fight.
Yeah, and I mean, 5th flashpoint, 5th or 4th game at match point, series point. It is just down to this. Rockford, if they want to stay in this series, if they want a chance at this trophy, they need to do something here and now, and Linden has an opportunity to take a first place home with them.
We are going to be seeing Rockford come out on top of this fight. Linden just looking to try and regroup. Nestlefam going to be swapping out of the Sombra, which we have seen played quite a few times today. Looking to be a nuisance in that backline. He's going to have that Orisa ult on line again. But Wife Lever going to also have their Junker Queen ulti on a line to use when Linden does decide to walk through this choke. The Bastion does end up getting grabbed and taken down very swiftly by the team. This Orisa ulti does come out, gonna be catching out that Emort field. Nizzlefam able to follow up onto the Baptiste. Keys with a second on to Bastion here. This Juno gotta be really careful, almost falling low themselves. Is gonna have to use that speed ring to kite. It is Keys and this Junker Queen on point here. Both tanks very, very low. That Juno ulti does come out to help the team sustain, but the fight was already won for them. Linden does take possession of this point, with Rockford having 75% on this capture objective, which could lead to their map win here.
Yeah, this
Tokyo,
is
tell me
really
about
good
these
for Rockford.
ults.
They have 5 ults. Rockford has 5 ults. Linden has nothing. I mean, they just got 2 picks there, though. That could change it. Now they're closing up on ults. They can even up the game.
We are seeing lots of picks come out from Linden here, preventing full fights. Looking pretty good as they don't have the ult economy that Rockford does here. 65% on this capture point. We are down to the last few fights of this map.
Yeah, I mean, the next team that takes this next fight might very well score it away. And, I mean, Rockford, they need to stop Linden from gaining any more percentage this instant.
And Nezlefam with a huge pick onto Frost, but Wife Lever does trade it right back. A massive EMP as well, canceling that Baptiste window. We do see Keys using that Orisa ult, catching out 2 and following up onto Wife Lever there. And unfortunately, that JQ ult not going to be finding any value. Rockford not going to be able to touch. That does give us our champion for the 2026 MiHSEF Spring Finals, with Linden being your champions.
That was a really close final map. It was decided by the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, shouts out to Rockford. I mean, it's a very consistent improvement across this series, and you know, despite everything, trying to keep the series going at the very last moment, it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, wonderful plays from every team today, and we are very happy to crown the champion of today, which is Linden High School. But that'll do it for us today, and I believe our main channel still does have the stream up for Rocket League, which you don't want to miss, and we have a third stream up also going with Super Smash Bros. Yeah.
So those will be nice to check on in with. If you're here at MiHSEF, there's going to be plenty of options to go and eat around. And, as we're kind of getting around that time, if you haven't already eaten, we'll probably get to that very soon. But yeah, definitely a very enjoyable one already. Seeing this Overwatch bracket play out, it's really nice. Once again, congrats to Linden High School for really just staying dominant in here.
But that will do it from all of us tonight. I am JJ, and I am joined here by Skydagger in Tokyo, and that will do it from us tonight, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Tokyo, for coming out. Appreciate you.
No problem.